bitches.
Make the ground shake.
Hi guys. Yeah, I was just sitting here, sitting on my stream, and it's just sending messages like, where does bitch at? Sorry, hero. I was, I think I was probably making coffee. That's why I didn't start 5 minutes earlier. Sorry, guys. But yes, good morning for me. But good afternoon, Hooded. Good morning, Cephals. Good morning, Dan. And Hero, I have no idea what time it would be for you because you stream it all the times. I want to say good morning, but I feel like it's not an hour of the morning you should be awake. How is everybody doing? Good evening, good evening, good evening, Ox. Is it not like it's an ungodly hour of the morning for you as well, isn't it? Jargon, fuck off, get out of here. Get out of here. Go to sleep. It is an ungodly hour. Get out. Go to sleep. Put your phones down. As we say in South Africa, futsek. Okay, I don't know why I'm sitting on the screen. Guys, today we are using Cheeb. Where is it? Oh, there it is. We are using Cheeb today. Let's make her a little bigger. Because I was like, yeah, I want different one today. I want cute one today. You're not my real mom? Am I your fake mom? Question mark? Okay, let me bring up my browser. How is everybody doing? Hero, you just finished streaming, so you must be tired. Go to sleep. Tell him. Oh wait, Hooded's not your real mom? Am I your real mom? You feel no need to sleep at this hour? Oh my goodness. No, you definitely should. You're my green-haired mom. Yes. I have a emote stuck on my head. You're both my fake mom. Oh my god. Okay, I'm everyone's mom for today. We're studying today. What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Cephals, I hope you're doing good, friend. Where is my browser? Why are you... Oh, there we go. Oh, wait, I don't like how that looks. It looks just a little squishy squashy, but I also want y'all to be able to see it. There we go. That's basically how I'm looking at it, because I currently don't have power, so one screen life, you know how it be. Can't sleep while you're at work? Oh my god, you're watching streams at work? I'm gonna tell on you. You've exposed yourself. You done goofed. Ox. Anyway, I'm feeling a lot better today. The weather is still uncomfortably warm, but we chillin', I think. I don't know, yesterday I just felt so out of it. I know I took a pill for like to relax, a muscle relaxant. Sorry, I can't word apparently. I don't know how I'm going to be studying Japanese today, but I took a muscle relaxant yesterday to help. I've been having trouble with clenching my jaw lately, and nothing that I try has been working because I almost have to have like constant conscious effort to unclench my jaw, because the second I stop consciously trying to unclench it, I clench it again, and I don't know why. It could be like an anxiety thing or something, and I'm like, I'm literally not anxious. So I don't know if there's something stirring in the back of my brain that's making me feel like this, but like, it's very difficult to distract myself. I didn't even play Genshin besides the stream yesterday. I ended stream and I immediately went to go lay down. I fell asleep really early. Yesterday was a mess. Yesterday was terrible. So yeah, sorry about that. Maybe, I don't know. I didn't think stream was that good yesterday, but hopefully today much better. But yeah, just on the jaw clenching mental side of things, I'm feeling a lot better. But it is heating up quite rapidly. So I'm gonna be sweating my balls off today, I think. Imagine watching streams at work. Couldn't be you. Hi Pocahontas, just finished class eating breakfast by the beach. Oh my god, I'm jealous. Can't believe people watch Twitch streams at work. Yeah, not Hooded. His whole internship was watching streams. It's better than sleeping at work. Okay, that's true. It's 4 in the morning and it's boring. Everything is done already. No sick people to tend to. Why are you at work at 4 in the morning? The graveyard shift manager at a children's hospital. Oh shit! I think I remember you mentioning children's hospital before. But yeah. How is everybody doing? I think I might have already asked that. I hope you're all doing well. Let's just say that. I hope you're all doing well today. I haven't had my coffee yet. I don't know if you can tell. I got a crispy voice. Just a bit crispy. Alrighty then. Well, let's start. I haven't studied. I actually don't remember the last time I studied, so I'm gonna start with the classic review. I'm gonna be going easy on myself, very simply, because I don't know if I remember any of these things. I know this is Hai. Oh wait, the music's a little loud, and this is a little soft. Did you guys hear it at all? We basically just want a little bit of music in the background. It's very hard to set things up when you have one screen though. I chose it so I could watch Natsu streams versus sleeping when they're on. No! But is it still like... I don't know. Do you still have time to see your family and stuff, Fox? Oh, I'm still gonna have the music on. I just wanted it a little bit softer, because otherwise you can't hear... You can't hear this. Again? Fuck. What was again? Huh? That is the cutest VTuber model ever. Thank you. It was a free one that I found on Twitter. Mata? Mata? Oh. Oh, no, not this one. Put it. Mata ne. Haven't got that far in my reasoning to switch to third. Wait, what? Ah. Do you remember this was what Manenhitsu or something? Um, it's crazy scary. Is it? Is it? Manenhitsu. Manenhitsu. Why would you need to know how to say fountain pen? It may have some kind of relevance otherwise. Can you guys still hear? From what I can tell, you progress until the cigarette at the top is all full. Oh my god, it does look like a cigarette. Oh my god. Pen? Yeah, I don't think I'll ever need to say fountain pen, to be fair. But I don't know. It also kind of forces me to recall the hiragana, because I don't know, I feel like I've maybe forgotten some of it. Okay, this one I always fuck up. Hito. Because I always write it in the wrong direction. Oh my god. Wait, I need to take a sippy sip of coffee. Pan. Pan is branded. Yeah. Pan. I feel like pan comes from a different country because I know you say that the French word for bread is pan, but it's written as pain. But I think pan is one of those like foreign words or like influenced. Because I don't think. I mean, obviously they had like rice, like dumplings and stuff, but I feel like wheat was not native to Japan, so I think it would have been introduced, so they wouldn't have had a word for it, like, you know, back in the day. I could be wrong about that. Imagine pronouncing pan as pain. It's written as pain, though. Pan au chocolat. We used to sell it. My pronunciation's bad here. Please don't listen. We used to sell it at my dad's like cafe, and because my dad is English, he had to do French at school, and so whenever there was French words, I would prepare to roll my eyes because I knew he was gonna say it in French, and I was just like, fuck off. The N is sort of mute. Oh man. The French put all the letters in the word, and then you read half of them. I'm just dumb. I can't. I read something yesterday. Hero. Oh, the Fontaine, the Archon. I don't know how to say her name correctly because apparently you're not supposed to pronounce the C, and I was like, fuck, it's French. Just ignore half the letters. No, it's very confusing for my brain to just ignore the letters. But it's like that, I guess. When you're trying to read another language, it's not gonna be what you think it is. Like Chinese is probably one of the most confusing. Can you spell her name? Yeah. I think it's like this. If I remember correctly. But I said I'm gonna call her Fokol, which means fuck all. Because I can't pronounce it. Not French. I think because it's yeah, because it's Fontaine, people are saying it's supposed to be pronounced in a French way. And I was just like, man, I don't know. I was so out of it yesterday anyway. I was just like, okay, cool, whatever, guys. It's more Latin. Ah, another language I can't cannot speak. It's fine. I will learn when they eventually release it. Not football. Fuck all. No footballs. No footballs. We don't sports ball here. Mostly because Tato's a lazy ass and don't know shit about sports balls. Okay, we were studying. I know this one, Hirugohan. But what is the the kanji for it? Hirugohan. Hirugohan. Hiru. You'll learn Latin when they release it. Some people learn it. I think there's still some people who work like in the church and stuff. Unless you want to talk to people from the Vatican. I think because there's people who study it. I don't remember if we had it at my university, but like they'll study it to like read old shit, and I'm just like, god damn. Why? It's like, maybe this is mean of me to say, like, it's like learning Afrikaans. Like, there's only one place you can use it, and that's in South Africa, with a very specific group of people in South Africa. So it's not like everyone here speaks it. It's just like a specific group of people. Lawyers study it, don't they? Oh, really? Do they actually have to study the language, or do they just study the terminology that they need? Latin's only taught in religious schools, regardless if you're religious or not. Oh, wait, what? I went to a Roman Catholic school when I was in primary school, so from like, what was it, 7 to 12 years old or something? No. I can't remember when I was there. In any case, it's like, that's what our primary school is, and then high school is like 13 to 18 or something. It's just 5 years of high school. We don't have like a middle school or anything. But yeah, thankfully I didn't have to learn anything like that. I don't even remember learning Afrikaans when I was in primary school. So, you know, that's a very distant memory for me. I'm pretty sure we didn't do any Afrikaans. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we've been talking about every language except Japanese. This is Hiru. Afternoon? Gohan. Go-ha. Meal, basically. Gohan. Gohan is also rice, though. If I'm not mistaken. It's meal and it's rice. Rice can be a meal, I guess. I mean, listen. Yesterday I ate rice. And there was chicken with it. And I honestly could have just eaten the rice by itself and I would have been happy. Ikagetsu. What's the other one? Because I don't know if Ikagetsu will count. Ikagetsu. Ikagetsu.
1ヶ月
Mm-hmm. And Goku-san, oh, that as well. Nihongo wa nan desu ka? Ha? Ah, wait. I forgot I was supposed to check this yesterday. Thank you for the head pat. I don't know why it like faded in and faded out. Thank you for the heart spawn. How are you? Sorry guys, I'm like so tired. Hero, have you ever used Mix It Up? Do you use Mix It Up? Never heard of it? Oh. Never mind then. It's some new thing that I'm trying that I never tried before. Never actually heard of before. But because I keep changing my my model, I keep on fiddling around with things and breaking things and doing fun things with it, but I'm trying to get other things to work with it. Mix It Up was one of the recommendations. You can do quite a lot of things with it. It seems interesting. I haven't like fully checked it out yet, but yeah. Related to your VTube, yeah. So it can connect with VTube Studio. It can connect with a lot of things actually. What else was there? OBS, Stream Elements, Voice Mod, Discord. I don't know what it's gonna do with Discord. IFTTT, Stream Avatars, Stream Deck, Twitter. I honestly don't know. It connects to a lot of things. I haven't looked at it properly, but there's a fuckload of things that it connects to, and I'm just like, damn. Yeah, mix it up. Maybe there'll be some utility for you as well. You study Japanese at university? Man, I did 1 year of studies. And then they cancelled the course, and I was like, what the fuck? And then, because I did that in my 2nd year, and then in my 3rd year is when they cancelled it. And then when I graduated, they were like, hey, we're bringing this back. And I was like, fuck you, I'm done. I'm not coming back here. I'm tired of y'all. I'm leaving. I got my piece of paper that says I studied. Goodbye. That's all university was for me. I got a piece of paper that said I completed my studies. And I was like, okay, I'm done. I never want to come back here. Goodbye. I would have liked to have studied Japanese as an actual course, because the one that I was doing, it didn't count for anything. I didn't get a certificate. I didn't get any credits, nothing for it. It was very simply just like a additional, like, on the side course. And of course, if you're not a registered student, you paid like double for the course. I was like, fuck no, I'm not coming back to pay double. Y'all can suck a fart out of my ass. And then they persisted for years after my graduation to send me emails to say, hey, this course is available. And the last 3 emails I sent to them was, I've previously asked to be removed off of this email list. Could you please remove me? And they were like, sure. And then the following time I'd get another email. I'd be like, guys, come on, man. How hard is it to remove someone's email? Now you're self-teaching? Yes, exactly. This is not a cheap app. This is a free hero. Thank you very much. Year before last. Oh fuck. Ototoshi? I want to say. No? Oh. No? No. Anyway. Do not perceive me. Do not perceive me. You saw nothing. None of you saw nothing. They really said fuck you in particular. They really did. Because there wasn't a lot of us in the Japanese course. Like, so because I was in... guys, I was in the Anime Society, right? So I was the secretary. And I was like, hey, what if we got lessons? And someone knew someone who knew someone. So we managed to get a teacher to come in. And she was lovely. And she got like a special rate for us. And whatever. So like that was really nice, but like a lot of those people just stopped coming to the classes, I guess because it was a lot more difficult than just saying kawaii and baka. You know, like weeb shit, because we were learning like grammar stuff as well, so I guess they lost interest because it was just becoming actual studies. But yeah. Thank you, Hero. Please take care. Get some sleepies. No, Tatosh. No! Leave me alone, no, dude. Why you bully me? Weebs ruining the world, truly. Are you saying that Japanese isn't just kawaii and baka? Yeah, it's well then, which I can't remember. Imagine being a weeb. Couldn't be me. Ja. I could have remembered that if I had tried, but I didn't. So, you know, here we are. I know it's Akka, but I can't remember what the kanji was. Akka. 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 Hmm. This one I think's watashi. This one is day. This one I recognize, but I don't know what it is. And this one looks familiar. Akka. Akka. This one also looks familiar. It looks a little scary, to be honest. Brushing. This one? Mmm. Yes, yes. Good morning. Just been working and lurking. No worries, Mama. Did you know that kawaii and baka are sometimes written in katakana? No. Why? Igaku. Yeah. That's why it's familiar. This is how you write baka? Wow, jargon. Wow. What is akka? Akka. Akka. Do you know why I picked that one? Because it looked like a child. Akka-chan is baby. To begin with, use as an introduction for a subject. Shit. Hajime? Hajime? Haji? Am I on the right track? I think so. Uh-oh. Hajime ni? Hajime ni? It's there. It's in there somewhere. It just takes a little effort to pull it out. Are the sound levels fine, by the way, guys? I don't know how well you can hear the Japanese in the background. That's why I'm asking. Like, is it clear? Can you hear it? Silent voice. Oh no! That movie was sad as hell. It's so good though. It was so sad. You're too scared to watch it? Should we watch it on Discord together? Then we can all sit and cry together. But we'll sit muted so no one can hear you sniffing. Your name? Your name was... Oh man. Your name was really good. And what was the other one? Is it... I think it was 5 centimeters per second or something. We can make a plan to watch it sometime. Your Lion April? Oh my god. But that's a whole ass anime, yeah. That one's also fucking heavy. Heavy days. But we're all sitting muted. I don't want to hear you guys crying. Because that's gonna make me cry. I'll probably be crying anyway, but you know, that's not the point. Yasai. Mm-hmm. You don't want to watch with us? Fine. Fuck you then, Hooded. I didn't want to be friends with you anyway. No, I'm joking. There's a new one made by the creators of Your Name that I want to watch, but I can't remember the name of it. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before as well. There was a manga I wanted to read yesterday, but I couldn't find it on Crunchyroll's thing, and I'm like, Crunchyroll's got like almost no manga. Ugh, I was so annoyed. I'm gonna unmute when I blow my nose. Ew, no one wants to hear your snot rockets, Jargon. Jeez, man. You watch Pancreas? Yeah? Okay, I haven't seen that. Is that the zombie girl one? Just joined. I heard we crying. Let's go. Frag, are you ready? Have you got some tears in the chamber? I'm going to swallow the mic. Oh my god. The fuck is Lissob? I don't know, Mal. I was trying to read that sentence as well, and I was just like, I don't know. You're going to swallow the mic when you do something, though. Mina? Mina? Was it here? Is it here? If we watch I Want to Eat Your Pancreas, then I'll join and cry with you guys. Wait, is that the thing Mao was talking about? I meant sob. Oh, hold on. Why is that there? I was overcompensating. I don't know what for. This is Mondai. Mondai. Mon. Da. Dai. Mondai. I'm not gonna don't perceive it. Hooded. Please audio only today. My asa. I need to stretch. My asa hurts. My asa. My asa. What was asa again? No. I know the first one's my. Anyway. You ready to sub with some extra friends? Is that man? That's man. Oh, fuck. What is morning? Month? Day? What is this one? Oh, that's morning. My asa. My shoe. My shoe. My shoe. Hontoni. Hon. To. Ni. Hontoni. That one is stuck. Hooded. You know I have my stupid way of remembering the characters. It helps. I don't necessarily associate it with that thing, but because I have that silly way to remember it, I can remember the sound as well. So hontoni is made up of hon, book, to, which is from bento because it looks like the bento. Hontoni. It's stuck now because of that. These ones are a little bit less stuck. Process of elimination, just click on all of them until I find the right one. Okay, my, every, month. I know it's this one because month and day, they look very similar, but this one is month. Maigetsu. Maitsuki. That's exactly how you're supposed to remember it? No, but you said I mustn't remember it with the things. So like, I think it was... Oh, there's a baby spider on my computer. What was it? The bento one. Because it was the house lunchbox is what I said it was. And you said don't remember it only as that. And I was like, no, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. You see, I'm fine. I don't only associate to with bento. It's just to, but it's in bento I can see what it is. Okay, this one, remember I said day and month, they look very similar. So my, you see, mainichi. Oh, manenitsu. Neighbor. I know it had this one. I'm pretty sure it had this one. It had the angry face. Manenhitsu. This one, please help. I can't. I don't want to have to review it over and over again, so I want to just be done with it. Do you remember what Manenhitsu? Fontaine pen. I don't want to have to review this one again. Oh, it was the angry face. Okay, so it was this one that I was missing. Okay. I knew it had the angry face in it because I was like, this is a very angry sounding word. If someone came up to me and asked for manenhitsu, I think they're going to ask for a fight. It's a very angry looking word. Or angry sounding word. Manen gonna hitsu you in the face if you don't give him a fountain pen, so you know. Migaku. This is fine. Ah. Why did I think it was this one? God damn it. Oi! I should be very asleep? Yes, go. Go very sleep. I don't remember this one. To wait? You gonna try for a bit? If I fail, you'll see me soon. No! Go sleep. No failing. No failing is allowed. It's like... Oh god, it's not even 5 AM. Oh, Joggin, get the fuck out of here, man. Mao said no. No, Mao! Mao! He needs to sleep. Oh my god. You're hallucinating, Mao. Mao was never real. Mao was never here. It's actually just an AI. Now we party? Oh my god. No, wait, I can't remember this word. Matsu! Fuck. No. Guys. Watashi. Watashi. Oh! Muzukashi. Ah, yukuri? What's this? Muzukashi? You like your friends too much? If you like your friends, you should let them sleep. I'm just saying. If you like your friends, let them sleep. Muzukashi looks angry. Yukuri. Huh? Yukuri. Uh-oh. Suiyobi? Suiyobi. Yobi? Suiyobi. I don't remember why I remembered Suiyobi, but is Sui not related to water somehow? I think. Like Mizu is water, but Sui is related to water somehow as well, I think. So so Wednesday, the W looks like waves. And the kanji in Wednesday is literally that. Ah, you did say they have elements, right? It's just yeah. 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 It's a chibi nut. This is a chibi me. Hi Yoda. How are you? Pew 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 pew. Radio. Da 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 da. Raji. Oh. Raji. Oh. Radio. Mon. I'm doing good. I'm doing so much better than yesterday. Yesterday was such a fucking weird day, guys. Like, honestly, I don't know what to tell you. I was struggling through stream. I really didn't want to end stream. Ray gave me an energy drink to see if that would, like, help me. Because I went to him, and I said to him, I was like, I'm not feeling good. I don't know what to do. And he's like, do you want to try an energy drink and see how you feel? And I was like, yeah, sure. So that was what I was drinking last night. It didn't really help. And I felt awful the whole time. And I was just like, am I sick? Am I dying? No, I wasn't dying, Kaylee. But I just felt really terrible the whole time. But yeah. Monday moon. So Tsuyobi? Monday? Fire is he. He-yobi? Suiyobi? Tree? I don't know what tree is. Suddenly I can't remember. Friday is... Honey! Honey bunny! I love you! I hope you're doing well. Okane is money, but I don't know. Saturday is soil. They all take different readings. Ah, I see. That makes more sense. I'm gonna send you a link, but don't run away after seeing it. Just try it out. Oh, why? Is it difficult? Thank you, Yoda. Yeah, yesterday was fucking weird. Oh, that does make sense. Yeah, so it wouldn't necessarily be the same. Yeah, okay. Once more. Moichi. Do. Moichiro. It will look difficult, but you got it? Oh god. Hiru Gohan, this one's easy. I just need to find the kanji. Hiru Gohan. Hiru Gohan. I'm just a little bit rusty because I haven't studied in a while. Firumu. 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 Not that we're ever gonna say roll of film, but you know. Hito. Pen. Oh. Pen. Boru. Boru pen. Boru. Boru. Eiga? Eiga is movie. The kanji is so cute. Do you know what it looks like? Do you know what it looks like? The kanji. Eiga. It's very cute. Boru. Boru pen. Boru pen. Boru. Boru. I don't know about this. Boru pen. Boru pen. Yeah. Hit me. What does it look like? Okay, so the first one. I don't know if this is gonna show up if I paste it here. Okay, it did. So the first one, right? The first part of the kanji. It's the little film roll, right? Then next to it is the little projector, and then the second kanji is the film that it is showing. Eiga. Here's the little film in the projector. Here's the movie that's being shown on the big screen. Does it not look like that? It looks like that to me. The second I saw it, I was like, oh, I see. That makes sense. Anyway. Hi, Crossing Point. How are you? Tell me it didn't look like that. Are you okay? It's very early. We keep trying to tell him to go to sleep, but Mao told him to stay, so he's here. He's very gonna regret it later, and I can't wait to speak to him later. When he's like in his last 2 hours of work and he's just like fighting for his life. Botan! Bo. Ta. Botan. You're fine? You're not fine. Stop lying. I don't know why I said that it sounds like a meme. What sounds like? He needs some milk. I mean, it is. You're already so tired? Oh my god. Hoteru. 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 I don't remember it as well, but I remember he needs some milk. Because one of my exes used to say it all the time, and I was just like, Anyway, moving swiftly along. I can't focus on work, hoping the second cup of coffee gets me through until lunch. Did you also not sleep while Crossing Point? It's like almost 5 AM for Jargon right now. And he's been here since the beginning of the stream, so, you know. Oh, this one I know. Kawa. Kawa. This one's easy. Kawa. Kawa. Posto. 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 Domo. Domo. Is it do mo? It helps if you use the do, I guess. I was running demo. Anyway, we're gonna ignore that. Last 2 days just end up staring at the ceiling for hours. Can't even pimp my way. Oh man, Crossing Point. I was kind of like that yesterday. I was so like not in my body. Like I was still moving around the house and talking and stuff, but I just felt so out of it. I was just like, before I even took a pill, I felt drugged as all hell. But I took a pill because I've been struggling with clenching my jaw lately. I don't know why. I know it's like a stressed thing, but like currently I don't think I'm stressed. I think I am feeling a lot better. So I don't even know why yesterday was so weird. I have skill issue, I didn't even catch the mistake. Jargon just needs to take a quick power nap. No, he needs proper sleep. I could sleep for 3 more hours. I will not make it the whole time and will likely pass out before too long. That's fine. Until then I will be a Mal gremlin. Hopefully you don't need to be somewhere early in the morning. No, he doesn't. He works from home, so he should be fine. Sometimes emotions can just be funky even if we don't understand it. We got through this. Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Anyway, dare. Dare. Whomst. Whomst the fuck? Naps are delicious? No, I hate naps. The only time I nap is when I'm very sick. Like, or in pain. I take a very strong pill and then, yeah. Ninja's joined you? What, in being awake or? You're gonna instantly KO now. He's gonna sleep on your chest and you're gonna fall asleep because it's so warm. I can't nap. Oh, naps are terrible, man. I always feel so shit. Where's my music on? YouTube, please. Yes, I am still watching / listening. You bastard. You nap when your power goes out? Your power goes out? I hibernate until it's back. You couldn't survive in South Africa? Yeah. He's rubbing on your chin. Oh. He's like, Dad, it's food time. Uppies. You. Your power goes out for like 12 hours a year? Shut up. I get 12 hours a day. Imoto. Imoto. I know that there's two two kanji. Imoto. Yeah, big sister and little sister I mix up sometimes. Jargon's gonna be buffering. He's gonna be hella buffering later. This way, direction close to the speaker or towards the speaker. Kochi? Is it kochi? Ah. Kochi? Kochiru? Hmm. What do you mean at work tomorrow? It's like... It's 5 a.m.? It's like 5 a.m. for him now. Kochira? Ah! Stupid ass. It's later today. Yes, yes, yes. You're in the future, I'm in the present, he's in the past. But I think we're all on the same day currently. Y'all time travelers? No, you're the time traveler. You're in the past, mate. I'm in the present. Kuda's in the future. Bedo. Bed. Bed, 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 bedo. Bed, bed. Bed. No? Oh. I wrote something else. No? Oh my god. Is it not this one? There? Tato-centric universe? Yes, yes, yes. Who did? Don't laugh. Did I write? Huh? Galileo didn't see that coming. Yeah. The Tato standard time. Ah? B? Ah! Kakakana! No. No. I wasn't laughing until you pointed that out. What am I writing? Huh? これは何ですか? What is this one? Huh? Could have DM'd me a laughing face. Don't let him fool you. He's a little shit. I already know he's a little shit. Just based on the things he sends me on Insta, I know he's a little shit. What is this one? Chisama? Chisai? Chisai? Chisama? No? Chi? Fuck. This model winks a lot. Yeah, I don't know what's up, because even yesterday it was doing that. It doesn't like... Maybe I need to turn on my... Even though I'm sitting with a window that's like super bright. Like yesterday, my other model was winking a lot yesterday as well, and I'm like, did I mess up my camera? Is it like not detecting properly? Is it like when I look down, is it like incorrectly detecting that I'm winking? When I try and wink on purpose, it doesn't work though. If I just look down, it blinks. So like, yeah. The little tsu? Is it too... Beto? Oh, because it's B-E-D-D-O? Beto. Oh well, I moved the camera now. Let's see if that helps at all. I don't know if it will, but you know. Hopefully she stops winking at y'all. Pedo. Pedo. Do they not have a word for bed? They surely do. Because I know there's futon, but... Wow, that looks so scary. Futon. Oh, is that what it is? The word you wrote. Because I know that word. I had one when I was younger for some reason. It's mostly when you're looking down, but sometimes it's the internet connection. Ah? That's making me wink? I've had to adjust my model sensitivity a lot in life to be after moving lights around recently, so definitely could play a part. The thing is, like, I'm sitting with, like, an open window. Like, the curtains are open and everything. So there's lots of light in here. It's not like it wouldn't be able to see me. But I turned on the ring light anyway. I readjusted the webcam just to see if that changes anything. So yeah, I don't know if it's behaving itself now because I can't see it, but yeah. Anyway, what is this one? Chisai. Chisai. Huh? Chisana. Fuck off. Chisana. I'm so dumb. It's okay. It was Chisana. But they're same, no? Chisa and Chisana? There's just you use it in different situations? One is objective, one is subjective, I think you said? This one's easy, guys. This one's burned into my memory. I don't know if I'm ever going to need to use this one. But it's burned into my memory. Osara. Sara? Nat's model be like, am I still winking a lot? Or is it fine now? Sorry, I'm looking down currently. That's why I'm blinking so much. I was fiddling with one of my chokers and I've tangled the chain, so I was just untangling it quick. So I can put it away and stop playing with it. Put it away from me. Okay. Because I'm always fiddling with something. You may think that I'm paying attention, full attention to you and not doing anything else, but I'm always doing something else. I always have... I'm playing with a piece of paper or a hair elastic or something. I can't sit still ever. I must always be doing something. Anyway, Aunt. Be careful with this one. Oh. Ba. Short sound. Son. Oba-san. Grandma. Oba-san. Aunt. You don't want to be calling the wrong people grandma. Yeah? Won't be offensive. Mad ADHD energy. Ray says he's gonna give me a fidget spinner. I want one of those little cubes. You know, there's those little cubes that have like buttons. There's one with a little like joystick. There's a light switch. Things to like roll and stuff. I want one of those. I just haven't seen them like in person. Haven't seen them. I've seen them online. I'm like, I really want one of those. I feel like it could scratch all the itches, you know. You watch YouTube on your laptop and your phone at the same time? Goddamn! I just need 2 sources of input at all times. Yeah. No, I get that. I focus better when I'm able to do something else while doing something. So like I'll watch something and play something at the same time. Maybe I'll be talking to people as well. The other day I was watching something while listening to music and it wasn't even that bad. I thought I would struggle to focus on one of them, but I think I did okay. What else do I do? I can't remember now if there was something else that I did. But yeah, doing multiple things at the same time. Checking your phone, it helps you concentrate. Yeah. You love those? Have you had one of those things before? Q. Uh-oh. I'm missing a character in here. It's this one, isn't it? Is it like that? Because this one's... Yo. Ah! What an idiot! Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what I was writing there, I'm not gonna lie. Pizza! I haven't eaten today, shit. That means Ray hasn't eaten. I need to go... Hold on, I need to be right back, guys. Sorry, I just saw the time. Fishes? Oh, it looks like fishes? Pizza? So Ray's in a meeting now, but I went up to him and I made like I put my hand to my mouth to ask like, have you eaten? And he nodded. I don't know what that meant. But yeah, anyway, how appropriate that our next word is lunchbox. Lunchbox, bento. No? Bento. Bento? Obento. Obento. Man calls me baka, then calls me cute, feeling a little tsundere. Yeah, I think Joggin would be. 오지산, 오지산, 오지산. Yeah, that's how Jargon rolls. Jargon's tsundere. Just bento works too. Don't like that they're forcing the all. I mean, it's like, it's respectful, right? Whoa! Daddy! Hello. Is that how you enter the room? Just blasting ass? What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Hope you're doing well, Daddy. I hope that diarrhea of yours clears up. Feel better soon, man. I don't mind it though. I don't mind it. The fart propelled him into the room. Oh no! Hooded. I'm not reading that. I refuse. It's too early in life to be reading katakana. Thank you very much. I'd have to go one by one to read it. I can't. Oh, remember I fucked this one up last time because I'm an idiot. Q. I know the kanji for it. I couldn't remember how to write it in fucking kana. Yoi. Imoto. Imo. Mou. To. Imoto. Amari. Amari. It's not for me? Well, fine. Fuck. God. Imagine thinking that the messages in my chat were for me. Is that what you're changing your username to? Ano ne? It's for your tsundere mod. What is it though? Ichi. No? Hold on, what am I doing? Sometimes it like doesn't let me backspace. Oh. Ichi. Yes, for some reason I struggle with ichi. I don't know why. I always put it in the wrong place. Aka. Kilogram. 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 To go back home. Kaeru. Hey, the power's back. Kitanai. Do you know why I remember kitanai? Kitanai. Because hooded is kitanai. Dirty. Oh shit, you making me jump into the deep end? I can't believe you're doing this to me. Oh no. It's not very poga. Is that what Epsilon said? Hi, Epsilon. Like PogChamp? Maybe? Because I know someone said that before. Ah, yeah, probably. Where did you send it, Hoda? Did you send it on the Discord? Oi, 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 oi. No, a test! I can't do the test. Why are you making me do the test? I can't do the test. Why are you like this? Open the vocab paper? This one? 25 minutes. Watching me take 2 hours. Okay. Do not open this question booklet until the test begins. Do not take this question booklet with you after the test. You gonna go close your eyes and pretend to sleep? No worries, Jargon. I hope you do manage to fall asleep. Write your examinee registration number and name clearly in each box, as written on your test voucher. No, you must read the instructions. This question booklet has 8 pages. Oh my god. One row of the numbers is given for each question. Mark your answer. So the only problem is... Oh my god, what is this page for? Fail. Immediate fail. Teddy got wobbly eyes? Are they wobbly? I'm winking a lot still, by the looks of it. My eyes are wobbly? My whole body's a little bit wobbly. How are you doing, Smurf? Why did I get a Discord bloop bloop? I heard something, but I didn't see what it was. That's weird. Anyway. Can we backseat? No. No backseat. You're welcome to go do your own test paper. Let me just, move. Where... Check. Oh, you have no clue? That's fine. The question is to identify the reading of the underlined kanji. Oh, thank you. I don't know where it is. I need to go take my pill. Sorry, guys. I'll be back. I'll be back. The underlined kanji? I don't know what that is. But it's fine. I will come back to it. Hmm. Okay. Dun, dun. AFK Tato. Okay. We're back. We're back. Okay. So, I have to pick this one. I don't know what this one is, though. I don't know this word. Pull must have or die you will. No, I won't die without this pull. I might just be grumpy. So, you know. Hooded, I don't know this word. Senshu? Zenshu? No, I don't know this word. I actually don't know this word. Senshu? Zenshu? Am I reading it wrong? Last week? I don't think we've done last week, last year? Last month? I think we've only done... Or have we? I don't remember doing it. I did next week? Yeah. Every week? So would it be Sen or Zen? That's why I said I'm not ready for this, I don't think. But in any case, I can't mark it anyway, so... Can I draw on it? Oh! I can. How do undo? Crap. Sen? We'll just leave that there. Senshu? You gonna go play Genshin? No worries. I'm glad my power's back. Oh, okay. Anyway, Senshu. So what? It would be number 2. The next one. Tsugi. Tsugi. Oh? I think I need to practice reading before. So, Gohan no something. Sun? Hoshi. Mas? Yeah, I think I can't read yet, Hooded. Even though it's all in hiragana. Because I haven't practiced grammar. This doesn't mean anything to me. Oh wait, but that's po. It's kind of hard to read as well because these things are so tiny. I struggle a little bit with them. It's so tiny. And I think it's a little blurry as well. Sampo suru? This one? Sampo. Ah, sampo. Shimasu. Ah. I misread the first one there. Or not the first one, I misread this one here. as ho, not po. Yeah, I think that's way too hard for me. It's way too hard. I'll keep it. I'll put it in... Why is it not letting me put it in? I don't want to put it... I want to put it in there. Yeah. Because then I can always come back to it. Oh wait, you guys can't see that for some reason. That's fine. Yeah, I need to practice reading. I remember you mentioned before, like, I should practice reading. But, yeah, grammar... Because I might know the words individually, but when you use them all together, I think it's a little bit different. A bit of grammar, yeah, definitely. Does the N5 practice test have lessons with it? I don't think so. This is just... like if I go... So here's a study guide for how to pass it. Oh, I still have coffee. So here's a grammar list. And it tells me... I think if I click on it, it'll open the lesson. So... Must not do. And then it shows you this is the lesson. Gives you a vocabulary list as well. So, I don't know. Can do this at some point, I think. But yeah, this looks like all the grammar points. This is just for N5. Maybe we should start with some grammar? No! Grammar is stinky! Oh, this is only one page. There's 3 pages of this. Okay, page 3 is very short. 800 vocabulary. Yeah, I am only at... I'm kind of practice. Let me go have a look actually. So I'm at 178 out of 1,200. If I go and look, course details. So I'm learning the word with the kana, and then I'm learning the kanji as well. So that's where I am currently. But it looks like we go up a bit more. Do I just go down the list that they had? We just start at the top. Okay. Must not do. Oh wait, I don't know what this means. Grammar is fun. It's where you start being able to talk and understand anime. The thing is, like, I can understand spoken. So my listening skills are very good. It's my reading skills that suck. Reading and writing, I'm really bad. I don't think it's ordered well. This one? Okay, well let's read a little bit and see how it goes. Do you have a better recommendation for grammar? Is there some grammar? There might be on Memrise. I'm not too sure. We can have a look. We can have a look and see. I was learning Genki. Genki was a little bit tough, I think, because Genki was a little tough because there was like random things that it was asking me to learn, and I was like, why? Okay, this does look like it has some... That's just vocabulary. But I'm pretty sure they had some... Is this just also kind of like vocabulary? If you don't like Genki, Mina no Nihongo stuff is nice. So I was going through Genki before. Because I think when I was in university, we used Genki. Why am I 99%? Why did I not finish this one? Unless they added something after I'd already finished it. That's weird. But let's go look and see. Let's see if there's a grammar. There probably is. Oh! Does this have grammar? Because I started studying it, but I don't remember too much about it. Let's go look quick. Okay, I'll open that one now. How to say... Oh, this one has got grammar. Huh. Why did I get an explosion? That was weird. It was you? What did you do? Oh, for some reason it didn't show in my chat. Okay, I see it now. I see it. Thank you, Spec! Continuing the gift sub they got from Jargon. Thank you, thank you! How did I do what? Oh, it was because of the subby. Beginner's Japanese grammar. Yeah. It's got a cute little puppy as well. Let's do this one, I reckon. Kakimasu. Kakimasu. I want to turn up the sound. Can you guys hear it nicely? I don't think so. Because I don't think there's a way for me to make it louder. It has a billion meanings? Oh no. Setos, thank you for the biddy. Thank you. Kakimasu. That's the kanji? It does look like it, yeah. It's very hard to see. Because it's like so... I don't know why I'm struggling to see today. Guys, I'm getting old. I signed up to the site and it's starting me on hiragana. I was like, no thanks. I know this shit and got the first one wrong. It's good though. It's good though, Smurf. It's a very good site. I fucking love it. Do you know any fancy Photoshop cosplay photographers on Insta that I can look at for motivation? What do you mean like fancy Photoshop? Do you mean like over the top kind of editing? I would speak to Mao. I think Mao is still here. Mao. Do you have any fancy Photoshop cosplay photographers in mind? You're gonna be in the shadows, no worries, Spec. Thank you again so much for continuing that subby. Much appreciated. Best of luck with your work. I think you're working. What do you mean? Well, that's what I'm asking Seth as well. Oh, what's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, thank you. Oh. So he wants to do like hectic editing. Editing characters onto... He's looking for inspo. Why, are you looking to go into cosplay photography, Sethels? Okay, kakimasu. Mas makes it polite, yeah? So, kaki is to write. Kakimasu. Yomimasu. Yomimasu. To read. Yomimasu. Yomimasu. Thanks, Mao. Kakimasu. Oh? Why does it say polite then? Mas is the normal form that verbs take. Can you turn Romaji off? I think you have to learn first. So maybe this wasn't a good one then. I think you learn the word first and then you learn the kanji. So at some point you'll see like it'll tell you a word and you have to write it in kanji. I can't remember now. I don't think there's a way to turn it off. It might be that you can pick a course that doesn't have it. Because there's so many courses. Okay, so must is just basically just the verb how we would use it. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know machimasu. I don't know the different verb forms. Machimasu. Kakimasu. Machimasu. But this just feels like vocabulary again. Nomimasu. I was drinking there. Nomi. Nomimasu. Kakimasu. Ah. Hopefully. Yomi. Oh. Yomimasu. Nomi. Nomimasu. Mimasu. Machimasu. Mimasu. Nomimasu. Mimasu. Yomimasu. Mimasu. We're not setting goals because I don't study every day. Wow, I wonder which one it is. Yomimasu. Ah, what did she say? Machimasu. Machimasu. Nomimasu. Kakimasu. I'm gonna find you some proper stuff to study. Should I stop? Machimasu. Are you allowed to watch a YouTube video? I can. Yomimasu. Nomimasu. Kakimasu. Basic verb forms. Yeah, yeah. To read. Yomimasu. Wait, I just want to finish this one. Nomi. Mm-hmm. Mimasu. Kakimasu. Mimasu. There we go. Okay. We have like 20 things open. Oh, no, that was a mistake. Take me back. I wanted to click this one. ちょっと待って。
Beginners and people who feel like their Japanese is getting rusty.
It's fucked up because of I have it like squished on thingy because otherwise I was covering it before. But I can make it whoop! What the fuck? Oh my god. There we go. It's because of how I was using it before.
The reason why I'm going to talk about verbs today is because learning verbs and learning verb conjugations is really, really important in Japanese. And personally, when I learn a new language, I really enjoy learning verbs because a lot of the time that's how you express what you've done. Anyway, in English, verbs do conjugate, right? So in English, you can change the verb to do like I do, he does, they did, you know. But in Japanese, we conjugate the verbs more and we don't conjugate the verbs depending on the pronouns. So in English or a lot of languages, you change the verb depending on the pronoun. So that you say I do, but when it's she, he, it, you say does, right? In Japanese, we don't do that. We don't change how the verb conjugates, like taberu, to eat, depending on who eats. But rather, we conjugate the verb to make the negation or the past tense. And also, when we want
We
to
don't do
sound
that
more
here.
formal, we have to change the verb as well. So, for example, the sentence I'm learning Japanese, when we talk to friends, we say 日本語を勉強してる。日本語を勉強してる。This してる is already conjugated from the verb する to do. する is the dictionary form, and then してる is to be doing something. So that's the present continuous form. And when you want to say I'm learning Japanese formally, meaning you talk to someone older or someone you have to respect, then you have to say 日本語を勉強しています。日本語を 勉強しています. So depending on how formal you want to sound, the verb changes. If you speak a European language, it might not be as shocking, right? Because you have different forms for like polite you and informal you and verbs conjugate too. But in English, you don't really do that. So if you've never learned another language, you might be like, oh, that's weird. But you'd get used to it. And another thing I want you to remember is that the verb usually comes at the end of the sentence. So when you want to, for example, say, I watch TV, you'd say, テレビを見る. テレビを見る. So 見る is the verb to watch. So you can see that we put it at the end, right? テレビ is the object, TV. And you might be thinking, where's the subject? We usually omit the word I. So the word for I is 私. There are a few other ways to say I, like 私, 俺, 僕. But, generally we use 私 when speaking formally, and girls also use 私 even in the informal speech too. Anyway, we don't really say 私はテレビを見る. We just say テレビを見る. And what I want you to remember in this video is that we put the verb at the end. Unless there is a particle. So for example, you might have heard this phrase 何ですか?何ですか? Which is like, what is it? You can also say これは何ですか?これは何ですか? To mean, what is this? これ means this. And 何 comes from the word 何, what. And this is the verb to be. And then か is the question marker or particle. So I said that the verbs usually come at the end, but you also see these particles kind of helping the verb. So this is to be, so we put it at the end. But then we are like, let's make a question. So we put the particle. Or if you want to say, it's hot, isn't it? We'd say, 暑いですね. 暑いですね. So we put this and then ね. So this ね acts like isn't it? So this is not the one that's right at the end, but it's towards the end. And another thing is this means to be, right? But this is only used when you speak formally. So when you speak
暑い as fuck ですね. What is it hot for you? So it's 1:45 for me now. It's 25. I was about to Google search the weather in my area, but let me not tell people where I live. I search on my phone. Looks like it's gonna hit 28 today. For me, it's currently 26. Oof, next week looks like it's gonna be warm. Yeah, next week is fucking hot. It's like 30 plus. Yo! Okay. 34 feels like 36. Oh god, no thank you. Do you guys have like aircon in your houses and stuff?
To your friends, you don't really use this word des unless you're joking or, it's just like sometimes you feel really apologetic. You must try to speak more formal to make your friend feel better. But anyway, usually you don't use the word des.
You have one, but you rarely use it. Hassan always has his on.
In that case, we omit des and say 暑いね, 暑いね. In this kind of sentence, you technically don't see the verb, right? That's okay. So like that's the basic of verbs, right? And now let's talk about how they actually conjugate. So first we have two main types of verbs.
Makes the air feel super dry. It does,
in a lot
yeah.
of textbooks, they are called る verbs and う verbs. In my videos, I usually call る verbs いる える verbs or
いる
いる
える
ending verbs, and う verbs, I call them other ending verbs. So ru verbs, you can kind of imagine that it's the verbs that have ru ending, like 食べる to eat, 見る to watch, 寝る to sleep, 起きる to get up. But the reason why I call them ire verbs rather than just ru verbs is because verbs that have aru, uru, oru endings don't conjugate the same way as
Oh.
these ire verbs. So when the textbooks say ru verbs, you really are talking about ire verbs. So like aru, uru, oru ending verbs. For example, toru, you can say like toru means to take. Like 写真を撮る means to take a picture. And this verb 撮る conjugates like u verbs. The reason why I don't call them u verbs in my videos is because every verb has u at the end. So even the ru verbs technically also has the u sound, like 食べる, you know, that's ru, but it's still u sound. 見る, again, u. That's how you kind of can see that that's a verb. At least in dictionary forms, all verbs have u sound at the end.
Ah.
So 食べる to eat is an ire verb, but 書く to write is in another group. So basically there are two groups and they conjugate a bit differently. Usually ire verbs conjugate very easily. Usually you just get rid of the last ru and then put something else. And you get, for example, negation, like 食べる to eat becomes 食べない for I don't
食べない
eat informally. So you just get rid of ru and put nai, which means not. So easy, right? Whereas when you want to conjugate the other type, you have to change the last u sound into something else. For example, if you want to say I don't write, you change the verb 書く into 書かない.
書かない
So you change u into a and put ない. So that, like, you have to do a bit more for other types. And the sad news is that there are more verbs that have.
So, but so nai in Afrikaans, nai, but it's spelled a little bit differently. It's like nai is the one use of it, like I guess the original use of it is a needle, but it also means like it means to sew. Does it actually mean to sew? Because I know a nai machine is a sewing machine, but doesn't it mean like needle? I guess either way it would work. But yes, nai means something else as well. What else does it mean, Mao? So kakana. It sounded weird to me.
Endings, obviously, because you know, ire, that's not many, and
Shit
there are
needle.
loads more. But the good news is conjugating a verb in Japanese is not hard. The only thing you usually have to do is change the last u sound into one of a, I, u, e, o sounds, because we only have 5 vowels, right? That's less than a lot of languages. We only have a, I, u, e, o, so we change kaku into kaka, or kaki, or kaku, that's the dictionary form, but kake, or kako, and add a little bit more. And you get the, you know, negation, past tense, and a lot of things. But there are a few exceptions, not that many. For example, there is a verb 帰る which means to go home. And kaeru has an er ending. So you might think, oh, we just get rid of the last ru and put something. Kaeru, unfortunately, conjugates like the other type.
Betrayal.
So you'd end up changing the last u sounding to something and then make a form. But there really aren't that many. So like if I list common verbs that have iru or eru ending, but conjugate like other verbs, there for example, kaeru to go home, kiru
Kiru.
to cut,
Iru.
iru to be needed, to be necessary, and
Hashiru.
to run. So, there are a few more, of course, but they are the common ones that conjugate like other verbs.
Ah.
And there are also irregular verbs, suru, to do, and
Suru,
kuru, to come.
Kuru.
So these are the only verbs that conjugate a little bit weird. It's not like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? Craziness. It's like, once you see the pattern, it's not too bad.
I feel like
So
this
for
is stuff
example,
that I
suru,
have to write down and
to
study.
do becomes shinai for I don't do. So that's the negation. Suru becomes just shi, and you put the nai, not, right? Not too bad. And then if you look at its past tense, it's shita for the informal speech. I did. Shita. So again, it changes into shi, and then we put ta, which usually means that it's
You just
past
dive
tense.
straight in.
And the
That's
verb
crazy.
to come, kuru. This one is actually hard.
Hi, Berserker Llama! Another llama to add to the collection of llamas. Hello, hello, how are you? I'm doing good. Konbanwa, Puggy! How are you? Have you eaten any more cute things lately? We have like 5 llamas here. And one is a cupcake. There's Scariest Llama. There's Clyde. There's Diamond Llama. Now we have Berserker Llama. Cupcake. He's an honorary llama. He's not a real llama. Am I missing a llama? That's all the llamas I can think of. Here's a llama, there's a llama, and another little llama. You finally admitted to be South African? Well, I have different models. This is just one of the ones that I use. If you take a look at like some of my past videos, I have, I think, 4 different models, but I haven't used my 3D model in a while. Winky? Don't be saying Winky in my chat. I'm gonna ban you, Hooded. This one's cute as fuck, thank you. She does wink a lot though. What's I can't breathe. Oh man. Oh. But thank you, Berserker. Sorry, I just 9 of these bans are me trying to ban Hooded. We only successfully banned him twice. That's fucking funny. Is it a South African thing? The word winky? Surely not. Does anyone know? is a PP. Nobody Google. I already got Mao to Google something earlier. He posted it in memes because we were talking about Nai. You don't think it is? Also, hi Kat. You don't think it's a South African thing? I'm actually not sure. I have no idea. Why are you writing PP in my chats? Hooded. Shame on you. You should feel bad. Yeah, I don't like the word winky because people use it to mean a peepee, and I'm just like, no, never describe me as winky, please. Willie, yeah, Willie, I think's British. I don't know about winky though. I heard, I don't know, growing up you hear all kinds of silly words. Just call it what it is, man. Anyway. Also, are you supposed to say o chin chin? You can't just say chin chin.
So it's still K sound.
Are you from South Africa?
It's
I
small
am.
vowels plus 9.
Did you not say South African earlier?
You can say come. You can say
I'm from
kite,
South Africa.
kite. So, you know, kuru becomes ki. Then you put
Reading
te,
fanfics,
which
you've read
means
even
that
more
it's
silly
more
words,
personal.
yeah?
So usually
Can you share some with us, Peggy?
you just hear like blah blah te or blah blah te kudasai to sound more formal. Alright, now that we know we have 2 types of verbs and a few irregulars.
If you want to be polite. Why are you being polite to the PP though? Does he wear a top hat? Is that why we're being polite? You were just making sure? No worries. A meat stick? I have heard meat stick before. Oh, I don't have a PP measuring command. I know some people do. Maybe I should get one. I'll chat to Jargon about it. Family friendly, ain't shit family friendly. Listen, Hooded, I don't know what kind of family you have. This is not a family friendly stream. Especially not old men apparently, because we want to kick old men's asses. But you know, it's fine. Why did it say quotes must be enabled? What? I don't know. I don't know which bot that was that typed that, but that wasn't me. Maybe I should make a button for quotes. My good Christian chat, yes. This is a Christian stream. I can't even spell quotes apparently. There's birds in these jars. What the fuck? What was I playing that had birds in jars? I don't know why. I think it might be the mix it up, the new thing that I'm using. Because I think they do have a section for quotes. It's not enabled. You can import them, but that looks like effort. I don't want that though. Yeah, I don't know how to turn that off. It's fine. We'll leave it for now. I can maybe link it up with Stream Elements at some point and figure out. She's got a level 80 sack on her. My god. These are super normal quotes. They are. So far, there haven't been any poop ones.
We can actually look at how verbs conjugate. So do you remember that I said that we have 5 vowels?
Yes.
A, I,
U, E, O.
O. Right, let's look at A first. So let's try changing the U sound into A sound first and see what we get. So we had the verb kaku, to write.
Kaku.
Right? Obviously you should learn hiragana because it doesn't take much time. Honestly, learning hiragana might be, overwhelming at first, considering that you will have to learn kanji afterwards and katakana, right? But you
Don't
really
talk to
should
me about
learn
katakana.
hiragana as
Yes.
quickly as possible.
Yes.
Also, don't you think it's kind of cool to be able to write another kind of alphabet? Like when I learned Russian, I only wanted to write things in Cyrillic, like Russian letters. Like I thought it was so cool. So you will, like, once you learn hiragana, like you will have a lot of fun. Okay, so good luck. Anyway, my point was, at first it's easy to actually write the verb in romaji, like Roman letters, and then look at the ending, even if you know hiragana, just to see how verbs conjugate. So kaku, if you write in romaji, it's like K-A-K-U, right? Kaku. And if you change U into a sound, a sound,
Kaka.
ka, you can, for example, add nai, which I told you that is used in negation, right? Then it's how we say I don't write. Kakanai, kakanai, informally. This is not how we say I don't write formally, though. I will explain that in a bit. Kakanai, and then if you want to, for example, say I didn't write informally, you change nai into nakatta.
Oh.
Nakatta. Kakanakatta.
Kakanakatta.
Okay, so we can take other verbs and do the same things as long as it doesn't have ire endings.
Damn.
So for example, to go, we say iku, iku.
Iku.
And again, if you write in Romaji, it's iku, right?
Iku.
And then you change the last u sounding to a sound.
A.
So you get ika,
Ika.
right? So if you want to say I don't go, or actually it can also mean I will not go. I forgot to say, in Japanese, the dictionary form is used in the present tense, not like present continuous tense, like I'm doing something. It's like something that you do regularly, like every day, every week, and also for the future tense. So iku on its own can mean I go or I will go, and the negation ikanai can mean I don't go or I will not go. And again, if you want to say I didn't go informally, you can say ikanakatta. Ikanakatta. And also, once you remember this ikanai part, if you change the last I into ka, like ikanakya, that means gotta go. I have to go. So just by changing the last u sound into a and put the nakya, you can already say I have to do something informally.
What?
So kaku becomes kakanai for I don't write, right? And if you say I have to write, you can say kakanakya, kakanakya. And I gotta go. Ikanakya, ikanakya. Alright, what about the verb hanasu? To speak. Hanasu. So it's not ku anymore, but it should conjugate the same way. So again, if you're a beginner, it's always a good idea to write the word down in Romaji as well. Hanasu, H-A-N-A-S-U, right?
H.
And just change the last u into a. So you get hanasa, right? Hanasa. So hanasanai is how we say I don't speak or I don't talk or I will not talk. And hanasanakatta. Hanasanakatta means I didn't speak or I didn't talk. By the way, I've been saying I didn't, but it can also be
Ooh. The shortened form. I just need to. I'm just gonna move It's like really uncomfortable to look at. So wait, hold on. If I don't do it, it will not do. Oh, I see. God damn. So much better to just say I must do something rather than it's not okay to not do this thing.
行かなきゃ then that means gotta go. I have to go. So just by changing the last u sound into a and put the nakya,
I feel like grammar is something that I have to study and like write it down and go over it that way.
kaku becomes kakanai for I don't write, right? And if you say I
I'm just gonna go back here.
So it's not ku anymore, but it should conjugate the same way. So again, if you're a beginner, it's always a good idea to write the word down in Romaji as well. Hanasu, Hanasu, right? And just change the last u into a. So you have hanasa, right? Hanasa. So hanasanai is how we say I don't speak or I don't talk or I will not talk. And hanasanakatta means I didn't speak or I didn't talk. By the way, I've been saying I didn't, but it can also be used for he didn't, she didn't, they.
Cat. You went and did some research for us. Bless you. Bless your cotton socks. Winky for private area originates from British slang. Ah. That's very interesting. It bothered you? Fair enough, fair enough. I was also curious, but I'm not about to type Winky into Google while streaming. I maybe would have remembered later and been like, oh yeah, where did Winky come from? You know? But yes, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for giving us peace of mind. Now we know where the word Winky comes from. Thanks. Thanks, Britain. Once again. Bringing us maybe things we didn't want or need. I hope you never use the word winky again, Hooded. I hope it's been tainted for you. Even though I'm very big on winks apparently with this model. I don't know why it's so fussy. It was fine for a little while, but it seems to be a bit jumpy again. You could use it again and pretend to not know it, but you know deep down inside, your brain's gonna be like, ah yes, you just said pee-pee. How inappropriate of you to describe someone as pee-pee.
You didn't. So the pronoun doesn't really matter, okay? And if you want to say, I have to speak, then you say, hanasanakya. Hanasanakya. So that's how we negate the other endings, right? But for verbs that have iru or ed endings,
you won't say it again.
Get rid of the last
I mean, it's up to you.
So
speak the way you want to.
As an sound, right?
But now forevermore you will remember the word winky.
I don't eat. I won't eat. And
I'm gonna finish my stream and Ray's gonna be like, why were you talking about winkies today?
And if you say, I have to eat, then tabenakya. Tabenakya. So very simple. Another verb, miru, to watch. If you say minai, then that means I don't watch. I will not watch. And if you want to say I have to watch, then minakya. Minakya. Okay? Alright, now let's see what happens if we change the last u sound into i sound.
Oh.
So this time let's use another verb Kau, to buy.
Kau.
So that's the dictionary form. So kau on its own can mean I buy or I will buy. So if you want to say I will buy a game, you can just say game o kau.
Mod
Again,
secretly
we
adding a
put that
counter
at
for
the
that
end.
word. What, Winky?
Game o kau. So that's very simple.
How many times has
But
Tato said
remember
Winky in
that
this
game
video?
o kau sounds informal, so it's not very suitable when you speak formally. So this changing u into e sound actually help you speak more formally. So ka u, if you change the last u into e, then you get ka i, right? Ka.
Kai.
If you put mas at the end, like kaimasu, then
Kaimasu.
it means exactly the same thing. I buy, I will buy, but it just sounds more formal. So this form is called must form. Kaimasu. Kaimasu.
Kaimasu.
So this must form is really important because if you speak informally to people who you're not really supposed to speak informally, like older people, senpai, your boss, strangers, people think you're rude. So it's not good. But the great thing about must form is that once you learn the must form, you can make the negation for the formal speech, the past tense for the formal speech, past negatives for the formal speech very easily. So game o kau is how we say I buy game informally, right? If you want to say this formally, you change the last u into e and then put mas. So game o kaimasu, right? And that just means the same but more formal. Game o kaimasu.
Must form
But if
and
you want to
dictionary
say
form are
I
like the
don't
basic
buy a
ones.
game
Ah.
formally, you say game o kaimasen. Game o kaimasen. So kaima part is the same, and simply you change the last su into sen. Kaimasen. Okay? And if you want to say I bought a game formally, you say kaimashita.
Kaimashita.
Kaimashita. Game o kaimashita. I bought a
Game
game.
o
Past
kaimashita.
tense, formal. Okay, and I didn't buy a game. Kaimasen deshita.
Kaimasen deshita.
So that's like the combination of kaimasen, I don't buy formally, plus kaimashita, I bought formally, right? This deshita is attached to nouns often, and it means like was, like I was a student. Then you want to say 学生でした. Anyway,
学生でした.
買いませんでした. I didn't
先
buy.
生でした.
So learning this must form is quite important for beginners. But again, remember that we don't use this must form when you speak to your friends. Your friends would think that you're kind of.
I don't have
like,
friends.
why
I'm
are you
just gonna be
speaking
polite
so
to everyone.
formally?
I no longer
all
have
of a
any
sudden?
friends.
It's like,
You're all
are we not
strangers now.
friends?
Sorry.
It's like, don't call me sir, I'm just your mate. And another thing we can do with this u into e sound is if
We're all
you
business
put
partners.
I instead of must, you can say I want to do something. So ka becomes ka i, and if you put tai like kai tai, then that means I want to buy. So kai tai, I want to buy it. So let's try conjugating iku again. So
Ikitai.
if you want to say to go, iku formally, then what do you have to do?
Oh, this is like Dora the
Change the last
Explorer.
u
She's gonna
into
stare at us
i.
until we
So
give her the
iku
answer.
becomes iki, and then you put mas. Ikimasu. So I will go to Japan, for example. You can say 日本に行きます。
日本に行きます。
行きます. So 日本 means Japan, に means to. 日本に to Japan. 行きます. I will go. So 日本に行く means the same but more informal. And
Remove the
日本に
must
行きます
from the must form and add
means
Thai.
I will
Yeah?
go to Japan again but more formal, right? And if you want to say, I will not go to Japan, then you say, 日本に行きません。
Ikimasen.
So that's how you say not go formally. Do you remember how we say not go informally? You change the last u into a and put nai. So 行かない is how we say I don't go
Ikanai.
informally, and 行きません is how we say
Ikimasen.
I don't go formally. 行かない行きません So they sound quite different. So you might be like, oh, so much to remember. But honestly, once you get used to it, it's really not hard, so don't worry. And again, if you change mas into tai, so basically we use the mas form stem, and you put tai, then you can get ikitai, right? Which means I want to go. Ikitai. So if you want to say, I want to go to Japan, then you say, 日本に行きたい。日本に行きたい。And for ire ending verbs, you simply change the last ru into mas or tai. Easy, so easy.
No!
To eat becomes 食べます。So, for example, ピザを食べる is how we say I will eat pizza informally. And if you want to say this formally, you simply say ピザを食べます。
Ah.
ピザを食べます。
Tabemas.
And if you want to say I want to eat, then instead of mas, you put tai. So you say
Tabetai.
食べたい。食べたい。You might often hear people say これ食べたい。I want to eat this informally. これ食べたい。So that's and e.
My brain is melting. I think I need to make notes and like write shit down.
This
But I was not prepared.
Because this is how you can kind of swear in a way. Not really swearing, but you can sound
Because
rude.
vocabulary is so easy
So,
compared to this.
If you change the last u into e, then that's an imperative form. So if you change iku into ike, then that's like go. But that's a harsh way to say go. Like if you want to sound more, nice. So if you want to sound softer, we say itte.
Ite.
Te to mean go or go please. Itte. So we use this form called te form. Whilst if you change the last u into e, then you just sound rude. Ike, go! But you'd hear this in, anime or games. I mean, real life too. Like, friends do use the imperative form kind of to joke around. Like, they might say, Ikeo! Like, just go! Adding this yo particle. I've made a lesson, so I won't talk about this here. But yeah, you might hear like Ikea, like just go, and it does sound harsher than itte, but it is used. Like I really don't like this word.
You overestimate my
but a
Japanese
lot of
ability,
people
yeah.
have heard this in anime, and I hope you won't use this to anyone, because I hate it so much.
Puggy-
it's so rude.
Puggy
It's
gets
worse
by.
than the F word, in my opinion.
With what she
Anyway,
knows.
Shinu is to die.
Oh!
Right? If you change the last u into e, you get shine. And that means die. And that's really harsh. So please don't say it. If you say it to someone, then it's like you want a fight. You really shouldn't say it lightly, okay? Although if you play Overwatch in Japanese, that's what Reaper says. Like, Reaper says die in English, right? In Japanese he says shine as well. And you'd hear this
Very
word a lot
rude.
in anime, and now you know where it comes from at least. But please don't use it, okay? It's not just it's rude, but it just makes you sound so, I don't know, pathetic. Like it's so childish. Like if you want to hurt somebody's feeling, you can say smarter things, right? That's just like so low. For ire ending verbs, you change the last ru into ro. So taberu becomes tabero to mean eat. And that's the harsh way to say eat. It's not a nice way, right? Like if you want to sound nice and just say eat, you say 食べて we use the te form. This te form is so important, by the way.
You
I've
can say
made
thick in the head.
lessons on all these forms already. So please watch the individual lessons for more details. But I will also revamp all the old videos because I understand that the quality was not great. So I am working on it. So please look forward to it. And now let's look at o. So we've already done a, I, u, e. Not bad, right? And then o. Let's use the verb asobu.
Let me spend 2 minutes teaching you something but never use it. I mean, it's good to know. It's good to know. Like, I think I would often teach my students things that they shouldn't say, just so that they were aware of it, so they knew. It's so that, I guess, people don't make the mistake of using it. Because they might look at the word and be like, oh yeah, this is the word that I want to use. But if they don't know that it's impolite, like maybe culturally it has a different, like, weight. I guess it's kind of something like, the only thing I can think of would be like euphemisms. You'd never say something you've never heard. That's fair. But if you just look at it from like a grammar standpoint, you would think like, okay, this is fine to say like this. If you're just looking at the grammar rules, but if you're like not looking at like manners or culture or whatever, then people I think can make those mistakes. Like, it's not incorrect to say that someone died, but it's like, it's harsh, I guess. Not harsh, but like, we always say, you know, someone passed away. It's not quite the same, but it's the only example I can think of. So I would always try and teach my students euphemisms instead of saying, my mom died. You know, it's a little bit like abrupt, a little bit sharp to just say, oh yeah, my mom died. You know, it's a little bit gentler to say they passed away. So I think, because if we just look from a grammar standpoint, in English, it's not incorrect to say someone died. What level is this lady teaching? This is for beginners. This is like basic. So maybe she just wants to form a good habit now. Because I remember we had that in university as well, where we would talk about certain things, and then the teacher would be like, okay, so be careful with this word, be careful with this one. Another silly example maybe is the word cock, which is a male chicken, right? But people can misunderstand. You could be talking about something else. You could be talking about Winkies instead, right? So like, I would teach my students, I would be like, this is the word. No, not cork. Cock. You cock? Anyway, I would teach them, there is this word. It is technically used for this. However, people are going to misunderstand it. Not cuck. Cock. You're being a little shit, man. Anyway, so you have to, I think you have to teach, like, I taught them bad words all the time, to be fair. I was like, I can't remember what we were talking about. Oh, I use the word shit a lot. You're not going to teach a very beginner English student pass away when they can't even say I'm good. I guess, but I think this is more like, that was just an example that I had for like, you teach them something that they won't use. Like, I don't want them to say that someone died. Instead, I want them to say this. So that's the reason why I brought that up. It's just something that maybe the person would need to know that they shouldn't use. But I think because she's talking about the verb forms, like, it's important to know, like, some of them are mean. So when you're learning in the beginning, you can't just willy-nilly apply the same rules to all of the words, because sometimes it's rude. I think that's why. So she's just going through all the different forms and how it changes, how it sounds to other people when you use it. Which is a very basic thing, I think, maybe the word not necessary. We don't need to know the meaning, but it's more just how you would use that form.
Which means to play or to hang out. Usually it should be.
So I think it's more about the form than the actual meaning of the word.
Like a video game, we usually don't really use this verb. We usually use the verb like yaru, to do, or play suru, to play. So
play.
If you change the last u into o, then you get asobo, right? Asobo.
It's like Dora the Explorer.
Add extra u, so you change the last u into o and then put u. Asobo, then it means let's hang out.
Asobo.
Okay, so u at the end, but it doesn't sound like u, right? I'm not pronouncing it like asobo, right? It sounds more like o sound, asobo. The reason why is when there is o sound next to u sound, so you see o,
asabo,
then you should pronounce it like o. Nobody would say anything. Like if you say asobo, people wouldn't correct you, because Japanese people, or like generally native speakers, don't correct foreigners unless they're teaching. So people would still understand you. Like if you say asobo, people might be like, your pronunciation is not great, but I won't correct you. I want to sound natural. So
maybe it's just me working with kids. Yeah. They'll say nothing except thank you for the rest of the class. Yeah, so I never taught kids. Very, very rarely would I actually teach kids. So like, yeah, maybe it's different in that regard. With adults, if I said to an adult, if I was like, hey, so if you say this word, it's pretty rude, so you should avoid saying it, they would laugh and then they just wouldn't say it. So I would always say to them, be very careful. If you don't say fork correctly, it sounds like you're saying fuck. And fuck is pretty rude to say, so you don't want to say it. And then they would giggle. It was the cutest thing. So yeah, I think teaching kids and teaching adults is very different. So yeah. The adults are very cute. They they would laugh if they accidentally said something bad, like shit and sheet. So yeah, I had to correct some pronunciation. So that's another example of teaching someone something they don't need to know, but they need to know to not say it, because otherwise they're saying something else. So, Kids are different. I think kids are very different. I didn't really teach a lot of kids. Every now and then I'd have kids, but like when I did have kids in class, I would very much stick to the lesson and not expand too much on what we were talking about. Because like as soon as you go off the script, the kids don't follow very well. So I would normally just stick with what was on the PowerPoint. Japanese kids going crazy over an English curse word sounds funny. Yeah, I can imagine. They wouldn't stop saying it. I was watching a video yesterday. I think I might have sent it to Jargon. It's a little girl who's like painting with her dad. And I think she messes a little bit or something. And the dad is like, oh shit. So the little girl says, oh shit, immediately afterwards. Yeah, kids do pick up for some reason. They pick up the curse words very easily. So yeah.
Pronounce it like asobo. Asobo.
Ohayo. Asabo.
So you want to say let's hang out again. You can say mata asobo.
Mata asabo.
Or if you want to say let's go, then you change the last u of iku into o and put another u. So iko.
Iko.
And that means let's go. Iko. Actually, you don't have to say iko, but you can also say iko. And that's another way to say let's go. That's just more informal. So instead of asobo, you can also say asobo.
Asabo?
So, but when you write, generally people write the last as well.
Ah.
And for ire ending verbs, you have to change the last into yo, 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 okay? So taberu becomes tabeyo.
Tabeyo.
So let's eat. So let's grab lunch. Let's eat lunch. We say hiru gohan tabeyo. Hiru gohan tabeyo. Or let's watch. Miru becomes miyo, miyo. And once you get used to these changing last u into a, I, u, e, o, no, u, a, I, e, o, then you can make so many more different forms. So now you know that learning verbs and learning how they conjugate are so important, right? So I hope this video helped you. And like I said earlier, I will remake all the old videos so the quality is better and it's more watchable. But if you can't wait, please watch my old videos and I've explained the verbs more extensively. So
Absolute
yeah, check them out.
beginners.
I
That's
really
me.
hope that this video helped you somehow. And it's really easy to kind of give up on Japanese because again it is overwhelming, and if you don't have enough motivation, then you just feel like I'll just speak English. But Japanese people will really 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 appreciate you if you try to speak even tiny bit of Japanese. Like, people love that. So if you want to feel good about yourself and also to make some Japanese people happy, then please keep trying. There will be times where you feel like you're not improving at all, but that's not true. If you are studying even a little bit and you are improving, and also know that there's so many people who don't even bother learning a few phrases, and here you are, you've just watched this long video. you can do it.
This was a long video. This was a lot of information.
Thank you so much for watching this video, and if you want more videos, please consider supporting me on Patreon, because that's how I can keep making videos, and I really really appreciate everyone's support. And also please check out my Twitter and Instagram.
Twitter and Instagram? Yes. Da, da, da. Oh, she does Twitch as well? Oh my god. Twitter? Insta. Nice. That was a crap ton of information. It was, like, not gonna lie, it was a little overwhelming. I think I am gonna have to... Yeah. I am gonna have to, like, go over it again. Review. Remember somehow all of these things that I've learned. And probably do, like, some extra writing practice and stuff, because yeah, holy shit. That was a lot. That was a lot. When you learn a new verb, try to use these rules. Yeah. So that's what I'm thinking. Like, if I can, like, I need to write it down so that I can, like, refer back to it and stuff. Because, like, the vocabulary is a lot easier because it's just recalling the word by itself, not any rules or anything like that. I think I'm going to remove this one just because I don't know if we'll go back to that one. But, yeah. I think the vocabulary's not been too bad because it's just a matter of recalling it rather than applying anything special. So, yeah. So do we continue with studies, or are we gonna switch yours? My brain is feeling very tired after that. Once you learn grammar, it makes it a lot easier. Does it? Man, the grammar's so intense though. We just did like one tiny little bit of it. And then vocab becomes harder. No! Say it ain't so. Hey, Johnny! Thank you for the hearts. I hope you're doing well. And for the head pats, thank you.
Would you like a cup
And
of
a
water?
hide weight.
'Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
I still have like a couple sips of my smoothie that I need to finish. Vocab is the hardest part? Really? Fuck. I've been enjoying the vocab so far, but I guess I am doing like a lower level. What are we gonna play? Thank you, Johnny. I'm doing okay. I hope you're having a good day. Do we play some Persona? League? I'd rather die. I would rather die. Why would you want someone to go through the pain we go through? Yeah, exactly. What the fuck? What's wrong with you, man? Yeah, my brain's mushy. Enough studies for today, I think. God damn, that was rough. Can I just go back to learning vocabulary instead? Dun dun dum. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Down 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 down. Sorry, I'm like trying to I'm trying to open up Persona and my brain is not working. Thank you for the hug, Johnny. Oh, Jesus. That's loud. This game always holds my mouse captive. How rude. Oh, fuck. There we go. I don't know shit about shit, but I was gonna say I don't know shit about League, especially not competitive. The last time I watched... Ooh. Kohane's birthday? Oh man. Thank you for the reminder. I often miss them. Cause like it's at such weird times. Alright. I don't remember what we were doing last time, but I probably need to go sleep. Her skirt conveniently stayed up while she was upside down.
Oh, you're up. Well, I'm off.
Bye!
Dad has to go do something. He got a call, so he left.
Nanako looks worried. Ooh. Sorry. I think that's what I'm playing. Yeah. You can hear girls
When
gossiping.
I looked, I saw 3 police cars zooming by. You live by the police station, don't you? Did you hear anything? I heard some yelling, but nothing more. A total disappointment.
I'm so sad that I don't have gems for Kohane's birthday because I love her. She's very cute. I spent them all to get Kaito. didn't even get the boy, the main boy. But it's fine, I guess. Her birthday card is really pretty. Ah! The sadness is real. It's okay.
Geez, you need to pay more attention to stuff like that. How else are we supposed to get the juicy stories?
Oh. Seems there's been an incident. You decide to head to school.
Hey, did you see it yesterday? Of course not. What is that rumor for real? I don't know, but it seems like a lot of people have seen it.
Spot the main characters.
Yukiko said she'd be here after lunch. I wonder why they're holding a school assembly all of a sudden. Hey, what's wrong, Yosuke?
Yo's gay.
Oh, it's nothing.
Everyone, please settle down. The school assembly is about to begin. First, the principal has something to say.
I regret to
Dumbledore
say that
looking
I have
ass.
a terrible announcement for all of you. One of our third-year students, Ms. Saki Konishi of Class 3, has passed away.
Passed away?
Ms. Konishi was found deceased early this morning.
Maybe he's talking really loudly.
The reasons behind her passing are currently under investigation by the police.
That's intense, my bro.
If they ask you for your cooperation, I urge you as students of this school to provide only the facts.
Senpai spoke about that, right? I saw it too.
All right, please quiet down.
Puggy, you think that's weird? Did you see the first teacher on the stage? She's got a fucking pharaoh like headpiece and rod. She's the history teacher, I think.
I have been assured by the faculty that there's been no evidence that bullying was involved in the incident. So mind what you say, not only to the police, but to anyone who asks.
Found dead? How could this happen?
Yeah, it's set in Japan. I'll be honest, I don't know how much I can tell you about this game.
She died the same way as that announcer, right? It's so creepy.
Because I've never played a Persona game before this one.
Well, last time
And
it
I'm
was
like
from an
really
antenna,
like
but
in the
this time
beginning
she was
part.
hanging from a telephone pole. It's gotta be a serial murder case. Someone said the cause of death was some unknown poison. Unknown? Come on, this isn't some sci-fi drama. Oh, by the way, did you hear? Someone saw a girl that looked like Saki on that Midnight Channel thingy. They said she totally looked like she was in pain. Isn't that scary? Sounds like someone had a nightmare.
A nightmare.
The media's been broadcasting their interviews with her nonstop, so maybe they just had Saki on the brain. Sheesh, it's easy to toss around theories if you're not personally involved.
Hey, did you guys check out the TV last night?
Rumor loving girl. You gonna change your name, Buggy?
Yosuke, not you too.
Just listen for a sec. Something kept bothering me, so I watched it again, and I think the girl on the screen was Saki-senpai.
Oh.
There's no mistaking it. Senpai looked like she was writhing in pain. And then, she disappeared from the screen.
What?
You heard Senpai's body was found in a similar situation as that announcer's, right? Oh, remember that guy you told us about? How he was all excited that his soulmate was the announcer? Maybe, just maybe, but Ms. Yamano might have been on that Midnight Channel before she died too.
What's that supposed to mean? Hold on. Are you saying people who appear on that TV die?
I can't say for sure. But something tells me I just can't dismiss it as coincidence. Plus, remember what that bear thing said? How that place was dangerous and we should leave before the fog clears? It also said that someone's been throwing people in there. And that room with the posters on the wall, it has to have something to do
How
with
old
the
are these
announcer's
people
death.
supposed to be? I mean, they're kids. He looks at least 18. I actually don't know what their actual age is. But you know the general thing with Japan making kids like 15. Because that's when they start like maturing or whatever. Being more adult-like. They're 6-year-olds? Okay, I don't think they're 6, but you know.
I mean, don't you think there's some kind of connection there?
Definitely
Didn't that
high
world
school
and the
though.
TV have something to do with Senpai and the announcer's death? Well, what do you think? So it's not just me, huh? If there is a connection, then it's a good bet that the two of them went inside that world. That would explain the posters in that room. Which means, if we look around, we might find a place that has something to do with Senpai too.
Their models look young, but their pics do not match. I think, yeah, it's an older game. I could be wrong though.
Yosuke, don't tell me.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going in again. I want to find out for myself.
Don't do this. You should just let the police handle this and...
You think we can rely on the police? They haven't made any progress on the announcer's case. Besides, even if we told them about the world inside the TV, there's no way they're gonna believe us. If I'm completely off base with this, that's fine. It's just... I need to know why Senpai had to die like this.
Yosuke.
After what I've seen and what I've put together, there's no way I can ignore it now.
The sleeves look like bandages.
Sorry, but you're the only person who can help me.
They do look a little bit odd, yeah.
I'm gonna go
They're
get
sticking
ready.
very far out
I'll
of
be
their
waiting for you at
jackets as
Junes.
well.
I can kinda understand how he feels. But we can't be sure we'll be able to get out safely again. What should we do?
I'm gonna go with... I'm nosy. I want to know what's happening.
You serious?
Yes, bitch. Let's go.
Anyways, let's go to Junes. We can't leave Yosuke alone.
It's a fashion. Darling, look it up. I wouldn't know fashion if it smacked me in the face. You found Cookie Run in your Play Store recommendations? Did you download it though? What the fuck?
You guys came.
We came to stop you, idiot!
No. Glasses. You meant the glasses.
Come on, you really shouldn't
It's
do
fine.
This. It's too dangerous.
It looked like the sleeve. That's what I thought it was. Thought you were saying the glasses are fashion. No space. You couldn't even update PGR. Oi oi oi. Time to
I know,
delete
but
Twitch.
we were able to come back once, right? If we go in from the same location, maybe we'll meet that bear again.
Maybe.
You gotta put
isn't
dye
good
on your
enough.
head. What are you doing, Peggy? What dye are you doing?
Look, I can't just act like everyone else and pretend this has nothing to do with me.
That's true, but
What about you?
Also,
Did you just
Kohane's
walk
show
away?
starts in 4 minutes, so you better not take too long. I can't leave it alone because I'm nosy.
I thought not.
I need to know.
I'm glad to know you're that kind of guy.
Puggy.
Don't worry, I'm not going in without a plan. Chie, I'm leaving you in charge of this.
huh? What's that? A rope?
We'll go in with this tied to me. So I want you to hold on to this and wait here.
You're gonna wait.
What? Then this is a lifeline? Come on, wait a sec.
Here, this is for you.
NATO. Golf club. I'm gonna fight.
I thought it might be better than going in empty-handed. All right, let's go. There's no use wasting any more time. Chie, whatever you do, don't let go of the rope.
Hey! I said wait!
Listen, kids climbing into TVs was not what I thought Persona was all about. I'm not gonna lie. Why did you pull on the rope? You goofy ass.
Is this... Look, this is the same place as last time. So they are connected from place to place. You guys, why'd you come back?
Is this the bad guy?
I get it. You're the ones behind this.
You're that thing from last time. Wait, what the hell did you just say?
Lately, I can tell someone's been throwing people in here. It's making this world more and more messed up. This is the second time you guys came here, and I don't think anyone forced you in. That means you're the most suspicious.
What the fuck is that? It's a bear. I think his name's Teddy.
You guys must be the ones throwing the people in here.
What was that?
What are you talking about, throwing people in? If someone was thrown in here and they couldn't get out, they might die. Who would do such a... Wait a sec. All this talk about someone throwing people in here. Does he mean Senpai and the announcer? Did that someone throw those two in here? Hey, what do you think? Yeah, I agree. Let's assume he's telling the truth.
Assume this creepy ass motherfucker's telling the truth.
Could it be that someone's throwing people in here intending to kill them?
Is its name Kuma? As far as I know, it's Teddy. Like Teddie. I could be wrong though. They name all their bear characters Kuma. I mean, it makes sense if it's for like kids or something, or if it's like a mascot, just to make it easy to for people to remember. 20 seconds, Puggy. The show is starting. I hope you have your game open.
What are you guys mumbling about? Why'd you come here anyways? It's a one-way door. You can't get out once you're in. Remember how I had to let you guys out?
Yeah, whatever. We don't need your help this time. See? This time we have a lifeline. What? Hey! You better let us out once we're done investigating here.
Kohane is so cute. Bless her. Looks like Katie from Horton Hears a Who. I don't know what that looks like. I'm gonna have to search after.
I've lived here for a long time, but it's never been noisy like this till now. Do you have proof? Prove to me you're not throwing people in here. See? So it is you guys.
For the
heck?
last time, it's not us. So we've got nothing to prove to you. Hey, you better answer our questions. This isn't like last time when we came by accident. We're dead serious. Listen up, because people have died in our world. Every time the fog appears, a dead body shows up with it. It has to be related to this place somehow. If you know something, tell us.
A dead body? Whenever the fog appears? I know that if it's foggy on your side, the fog lifts here. It's really dangerous when the fog lifts. That's when the shadows get violent. Ah, I get it.
Huh? If you get it, then explain it to us, damn it. If it's foggy on our side, it isn't in here. Shadows get violent?
That's why I said to hurry back. It's dangerous when that happens. Okay, no more questions. I know you guys did it. You better stop right now.
I've told you and told you we're not the ones doing it. I've about had it with you. Why the hell won't you listen to what we're saying?
I'm just saying, you might be the culprits.
What the heck, man?
I'm just making sure.
What? Man, this bear's driving me nuts. What is this place anyways? It looks like a TV studio. Is something being filmed here? Hey, don't tell me. Is that weird show being filmed here?
Weird show? Filmed? What does that mean?
I'm asking if someone's been filming the people that get thrown in here.
I don't get it. This world has always been like this. No one has ever done that filming thing here. Only me and Shadows are here. I told you before.
Look, we don't know what these shadow things are, or what you are either for that matter. You keep telling us to prove our innocence, but you're the most suspicious thing here. Maybe you're the real culprit. And what's with that stupid costume? I'd say it's time you showed your face. Whoa! What the hell are you? It's empty inside.
What the fuck? You just killed Teddy, man.
Me? The culprit? I wouldn't do such a thing. I just live here. I just want to live here peacefully. Okay, I'll believe that you guys aren't the culprits.
Easiest respawn, just put your head back on.
But I want you to find the real guy who did all this. You have to stop him. Promise me. Or else...
Or else what?
I'm not gonna let you guys out of here.
Oh.
You little... This can't keep going on. My home here will be a complete mess. And then I...
No.
What are you crying for all of a sudden? Jeez, this thing's really weirding me out.
The mysterious bear is asking you to find the culprit behind this. Someone on the outside is throwing people into this world. If the culprit isn't you, he wants you to find the real culprit. The mysterious bear seems serious about this.
Hey, what should we do?
I mean, obviously we're gonna go find it, but anyway, remember the words of the mysterious man. So...
It seems you will encounter a misfortune
Oh.
at your destination, and a great mystery will be imposed upon you.
I was like, I don't remember what he said. I was like, fuck, what did he say? Could this be the mystery that will be thrust upon you? What was the contract he spoke of? Find culprit, solve the case. You can't leave the TV world on your own, there seems to be no other option.
You're the only ones I can ask. Will you promise me? Thank you!
Damn bear. Practically holding a gun to our heads. But it's true that we came here to figure things out. So far, we're completely in the dark. Look for the culprit, huh? Bring it on. You got my word, too. Might as well introduce ourselves. I'm Yosuke Hanamura, and this is my buddy.
Nato Tato.
You got a name?
Teddy!
There we go.
Figures. But how are we supposed to find the culprit in the first place?
I don't know. Oh, but I know where the last person came in.
The last person? You mean Saki-senpai?
I mean the person who came in and disappeared last time. I don't know the name. Well, I'll take you there. You might find clues. Oh, one thing first. You two should put these on.
Oh?
What are these glasses for?
Whoa.
Whoa! The difference is like night and day. With these on, it's like the fog doesn't exist.
They'll help you walk through the fog. Well, I've been here for a
That's very
long
convenient
time,
that he
so
has
you can
those.
rely on me.
Sorry, my neighbor's dogs sound like they're getting murdered every day because the owner doesn't know how to train them. So if you hear dogs barking in distress, don't worry.
But I can only show you where the place is. You guys will have to defend yourselves.
I want to know why this bear had glasses if only him and the shadows live here. Like, why does he conveniently have glasses that fit a human head that help him see through the fog, which he wouldn't need because he lives here?
What happened to relying on you? There better not be any monsters, you understand? We brought weapons, but I mean, they're more for show. We just got here. If it's so dangerous, why don't you do something instead of relying on us?
No way! I've got no muscles. Oh, I'll give you guys moral support from a safe distance. How's that sound?
Sounds like he's gonna murder us in our sleep, but sure.
No!
Is this thing for real? This is so lame. We swore to find the culprit, and this is all the backup we get?
Oh yeah, can I ask you something? Who's this Saki senpai person? Someone you know?
GG's Hassan, hello, hello. How are you?
That doesn't matter right now. Anyways, at least now we know Senpai might have been thrown in here. Maybe we can find more information too. Let's get moving.
Wait!
Do I have to help him up? You're home and it's weekend. Do you have the weekend off?
It looks just like the shopping district. What's going on here?
I'm doing okay, Hassan. How are you?
Some weird places have appeared here recently. Things are getting so tangled, I don't know what to do.
By
Oh,
the way,
nice.
why are you standing so far from us? You better not be planning to hightail it if something does come up.
Of course not. I mean,
Look at his
can't
face.
stand too close, you know? I get in your way.
You got sunburns? It's super hot. Oh man. Time to have something cool so you can cool down. Did you have to walk to university?
Man, they really went all out on this. But out of all the places in town, why'd they replicate this one?
How should I know? This is reality for the one who's here.
As usual, nothing you say makes any sense. But if this is our shopping district, we're not far from Saki-senpai's. I knew it! This is the liquor store that Senpai's parents run.
Oh?
Does this mean Senpai disappeared here? What could have happened?
Wait a second! They're here!
What?
Shadows! I had a feeling they were going to attack.
The professor gave you all the F body? What does that mean? You want to finish it this weekend? Oh, what, do you have to study bones? Wait, do you have to study all of the bones over the weekend? Hassan swearing in my chat. Shame on you. Ugh. The fuck was that psychotic look on his face? Oh shit! Hi CJ! Okay. This guy's got a crotch guard for some reason. Oh, and you have to learn it all in English? Oh, his son.
Stay calm and listen. Some shadows have weaknesses. If you can pinpoint that weakness and take advantage of it, the battle will be a lot easier. I can tell this one has a weakness too. Try stuff out and see what works.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, Blue Saxon. How you doing?
I'll keep track of what attacks have what effects on enemies.
Ah. Well, I don't think I know anything yet. It said weak. Does that mean it's weak to it or it was a weak attack? Because I actually have no idea. They look like monsters from Jujutsu Kaisen? Kind of.
Congratulations, Sensei!
Hey! Have you seen Sons of the Forest? I haven't. I haven't watched anyone play it yet. Obtain the facade used to overcome life's hardships, the persona Izanagi.
Whoa, what was that? Did I hear you say persona?
It's from the same developers of the Forest. Yeah, a few of my friends have been playing it. It's a survival game. Is it good?
I mean, what did you do? Hey, you think I can do it too?
Calm down, Yosuke. You're troubling Sensei.
Sensei?
Sensei?
Gosh almighty! You're amazing, Sensei! I am one impressed bear. I can't believe you were hiding such an amazing power. No wonder the shadows were scared of you. Are you the one who's able to bring people into this world?
What?
That's what I thought. This is really something. Don't you think so, Yosuke?
Dude, you call him Sensei and then don't show me any respect?
Sorry.
Well, your support wasn't bad, though. I gotta give you some credit for that.
I really like survival games.
Really?
Alright. You two keep it up and I think we'll be fine from here on out. Now let's get back to the investigation. Man, I wonder what could have happened to Senpai here.
I wish Jeunesse would go under.
It's all because of that store.
Fortnite's a survival game? No, it's not. It's a battle royale.
I heard that Konishi-san's daughter is working there.
Oh my, how could she with her family's business suffering like it is?
I heard their sales have gone downhill because of Jeunesse.
Stop it.
That poor father. To have his own daughter working for the enemy.
What a troublesome child.
Hey, Ted. You said that this place is reality for those that are here, right? So, Does that mean this was Senpai's reality when she wandered in here?
I only know about what's over here.
Fine. Whatever's going on here, we'll find out ourselves.
Whoa.
Damn it, not again.
Saki, how many times do I have to tell you?
Is this Senpai's dad?
You know what the neighbors say about you, right? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? You're the eldest daughter of a family who's owned this store for generations. Is it the money? Or did you meet some guy there? Just tell me why you have to work there of all places.
I can't believe this. She seemed like she had fun at work. She never said anything like this to me. You're telling me this was how Senpai really saw things? These photos. Hey,
How are you liking this game? I'm very confused, I'm not gonna lie. I don't, you hope Yoda doesn't see this? Oh no. I hope Yoda's not here. Calling G-Max Yoda. There's some audacity in the chat. I don't know, I'm interested, I'm intrigued by the story, but honestly, I'm also very confused. It seems interesting though.
It's the photo we took the other day with the other part-timers.
But it's
at
very,
Julius.
like, very story
Why is it cut
oriented.
up like this?
So far, there's not much for me to do besides follow along in the story.
I never had the chance to say it.
Is that Senpai's voice?
I always wanted to tell Hana-chan.
Huh? Me?
That he was a real pain in the ass.
What?
I was nice to him just because he was the store manager's son. That's all. But he takes it completely the wrong way and gets all enthusiastic. What a dick.
Pain in the ass?
Aw, poor baby. The game has the worst community ever? Wait, why?
Who cares about Junes anyway? Because of that store, our business is ruined. My parents hate me. The neighbors talk behind my back. I wish everything would just disappear.
It's a lie. This can't be. Senpai's not like that. It's so sad.
Uh-oh.
I'm so sorry for myself. Boo-hoo.
More toxic than League players, but why?
Actually, I'm the one who thinks everything's a pain in the ass.
Okay, guy.
Huh? Two Yosuke's?
Who are you?
It's so weird because Yoda's the sweetest bean I know and he fucking loves Persona.
I wouldn't think that. Yeah, right. How long are you going to keep deluding yourself? Screw the shopping district and Junes too. You're sick of everything, especially living out in the sticks. What are you saying? That's not true. You put on a good show of being carefree and happy-go-lucky because you're so terrified of being alone. The more the merrier, right? You've got to be surrounded by people to block out the pain of isolation. And what's this about checking out this world for Saki-senpai's sake? Ha! I know the real reason you came snooping. Stop it! Why so panicked? I thought I was just spouting bullshit. Or maybe I do know everything you're thinking. Why's that? Because I am you.
No.
You just came because you thought it sounded like a good time.
Hello, motherfucker.
What else is there to do out in this
Hi,
shit?
Brimiester. How are you?
The world inside the TV. Now that's exciting. You didn't have a single other reason for coming here, did you? That's not true. Stop. Stop it. You're just trying to act like a big shot. If all went well, hey,
Enjoy your food.
maybe you could even be a hero.
I see, yeah. A lot of fandoms can be like that.
You were so sweet on. her death was the perfect excuse. That's not true! What are you? Who are you? I already told you. I'm you. Your shadow. There's nothing I don't know about you. Screw that! I don't know you! You can't be me, you son of a bitch!
Whoa, language.
That's right! Say it again! You're not me! You're nothing like me! Yeah, that's right. I am me now. I'm not you anymore, see?
Uh-oh. Whoa.
I am a shadow, the true self. I'll crush everything that bores me, starting with you. Get out of my sight!
Oh. Owie.
How long can you survive this?
This one's much stronger than the last type. Be careful! Whenever you feel threatened, just defend yourself.
Soda!
Oh.
Soda! Don't underestimate me!
You gonna go do some Genshin? No worries. Enjoy, enjoy. Ah, his attack didn't do too much damage.
It's guarding its weak point!
Huh, that's it? Boring!
Bye 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 bye. Also, Puggy, you said you were dyeing your hair? What are you doing?
What an eyesore! It's going to attack! Defend yourself!
Oh. I already did. Whoops.
Soda! Don't underestimate me!
Here comes an attack! Defend yourself!
Oh?
You're getting to be a real pain. Alright, I'm gonna crush you with everything I got!
But what are you doing? What color? Whoa. Or are you not saying for a reason? Whoa!
Pain in the ass.
Oh, black to okay, freshen up. Ah, I see.
Defend yourself. What a freaking pain in the ass! Get out of my way! Persona! Damn you to hell!
Nice. That took me way too long.
Amazing, Sensei!
Shit, level 3. Something inside of you has changed. What the heck? Oh.
Yosuke, are you okay? Yeah. What happened? You're not me.
That thing came from you, Yosuke. You have to admit it, or it'll go berserk again.
Myself. Damn it. It hurts to face yourself. I knew it wasn't lying, but I was so ashamed that I didn't want to admit it. You're me, and I'm you. When you get down to it, all of this is me.
The strength of heart required to face oneself has been made manifest. Oh shit. Why did I just get a card then? Jiraiya!
This is my persona. When we heard Senpai's voice, I wonder if that was something Senpai had been keeping deep down inside. He was a real pain in the ass, huh? What a way to find out. Jeez, this is so embarrassing. If you weren't here, I don't know what would have happened. Thanks. Hey, Teddy. Could Senpai have been attacked by her other self here? Like how it just happened to me?
I think so. The shadows here were originally born from humans. Sometimes the fog clears, then they all go berserk. And you saw what happens next. A strong-willed shadow draws others to it, and the big mass of shadows kills the host.
So that's why people die when it gets foggy in our world.
Yosuke's pretty worn out. This world isn't made for humans. It's not comfortable for you here. I don't hear any more voices. I think we're done with this place. Let's go back.
Man, I feel like Teddy knows something and he just isn't telling us. Call me crazy.
Hey, Teddy. You said that this place is reality for people who enter, right? So that shopping district and the weird room we saw before, did they exist because the ones who died entered this world and it became their reality? I guess what I'm trying to ask is, did those places form because of the people who entered this world?
I don't know. It's never happened before, but that's probably where they were when the shadows attacked them. The fog does lift here sometimes. The shadows get really violent then. I always get so scared I have to hide when it happens. I sensed people here twice before, but both of them disappeared after the fog lifted.
So let's get this straight. Senpai and that Yamano lady were thrown in here, and since they couldn't get out, they wandered around. After a while, that shadow thing came out of them. The fog cleared, it went berserk, and it ended up killing them. Does that sound right? So if I'd been here until the fog cleared, I would have been in much deeper trouble?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You were lucky. Sensei and me were here with you.
Damn it. Senpai and that announcer, they were stuck here all alone. No one could save them.
Yosuke. They disappeared when the fog lifted, but they were safe before that. No shadows attacked them. They attacked us, though. Maybe they're keeping a close eye on us. They might see people who investigate this place as enemies. It'll be dangerous, but we might be able to fight them. We might save people.
Are you saying if anyone else gets thrown in here, we can save them before they disappear? Like how you guys just saved me? Anyways, we need to catch the one who's throwing people in here and make him stop. Yeah, I'm finally starting to understand what's going on.
Can I ask something too? If shadows are born from humans, what was Teddy born from?
You don't even know where you came from? How should we know?
That
I
is
know some
fair.
things, mostly about this world, but I don't know anything about myself.
You have to wake up early tomorrow. You fucked because you're not tired at all yet. Oof. I'm trying to think. If I lay in a dark room for long enough and if I read something, that makes me super fucking sleepy.
To be honest,
So like
I
reading
never
something
thought
on my
about it
phone,
until now.
Are you serious?
that makes me so sleepy. That's why normally I'll read Reddit like before I go to sleep. Because that stuff will make me sleepy as hell.
No wonder we couldn't get a straight answer out of you.
Will you guys come back here? You'll keep your word?
Well, you're the one who said you weren't letting us out unless we do.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I'll let you out. But there's one thing. I'll be waiting for you guys here. You need to come in from the same place every time, so we can meet up. You could come in from somewhere else, but then you won't end up here. You might show up somewhere I couldn't get to you. Then you'd be doomed. Got it?
Well, pretty much. Alright, can you show us the way out?
Roger that. One exit coming right up.
Why does he know that there's an exit though? That's what I want to know. This bear is all kinds of sus.
Cool. First, we need to make sure there aren't any employees milling
Thank you,
around out there.
Bramiesta.
Okay, go, go, go! Squish!
Hey, stop squeezing, you little...
Just stay up until you're tired and pump your body full of Red Bull. I mean, you're off tomorrow, right? So you might have to wake up early, but then you can relax the rest of the day. Do whatever you need to do early in the morning and then you can chill.
Huh? Chie? Whoa, what's with that face? Ow!
heck, man?
The rope got cut off. I had no idea what to do. I was so worried. I mean, scared stiff, damn it!
She's so annoying.
I hate you both!
Dory, we hate you too, boo boo.
I think that might have kind of sort of been our fault.
You going to your friend's hometown to visit? Oh shit. Okay, so maybe. Oh, I don't know. I want to say try and force yourself to sleep. Because, yeah, the problem with Red Bull is you're going to have to crash at some point.
Maybe we did go a little too far. Let's apologize to her tomorrow. I'm completely wiped out. I'm gonna go home, soak in the shower for a while, and get some sleep. I think I'm gonna sleep well tonight. Well, see you in the morning.
Hmm? Oh, are you surprised to see me dressed this way? My parents sent me out on an errand. Are you getting used to your new town and school?
It makes you trippy? What? Dragon? I don't think I've ever had dragon before.
I'm glad to hear that. It must be difficult moving to a place you know nothing about. I've never been out of Inaba, so I wouldn't know what it's like to transfer to a new school. Oh, are you getting along with Chie? I mean, I always leave early, so... I see. She's always full of energy. Chie's very supportive, you know? It's always her who gives me the little extra push I need. We had homeroom together last year, too, and I still remember how we'd cut class sometimes.
You leave stay up for 2 more hours for it to dry. Oh, yo. Yeah, maybe, I would say, like, turn the lights off or, like, sit in some kind of darkness. Like, well, not like complete darkness. It's apparently not good for your eyes, but, like, make the room less busy. And no playing League of Legends.
I should get going. I need to make tomorrow's arrangements with our head chef.
Oh, overexcited.
Our
Too much
can't function
energy.
without me right now. I'll see you at school then.
No League of Legends. And then cry yourself to sleep. I mean, that's one way to do it. Imagine playing League of Legends. It is you, Hassan.
Dad's late.
Our next story is an update in our ongoing report on the bizarre murders occurring in Inaba. At around 7 a.m., local high school student Saki Konishi was found dead in Inaba's residential area. Since the body was positioned similarly to the last victim, and since Miss Konishi was the one who discovered that body, police are proceeding under the assumption that this may be a serial murder case related to the death of Mayumi Yamano. The coroner's report has established Miss Konishi's time of death at around 1 a.m. last night. The body went unnoticed until this morning as a result of the heavy fog blanketing the area.
Another incident. Dad won't be coming home tonight. Uh-huh. But that's how it goes. He's a detective, so he's really busy.
Oh, dude, that's so aggressive. I'll still flip you upside down. I've never seen Hooded be so aggressive ever, so this is very, very strange. Toxic. Hooded was toxic all along.
Amagi Inn, located upstream of Samegawa River, is the town's oldest historical landmark.
Fucking League players, right? Y'all toxic as hell, man. You better calm down.
Vacationers are known to travel surprising distances in order to visit its open-air, radium-rich hot springs.
After the incident with Miss Yamano, the manager has stepped aside, leaving her daughter Yukiko to fill her shoes. In other words, she's a manager who's still in high school.
League brings out the beast in all of us. Not the best, the
Has a
beast.
nice ring to it. Let's see if we can interview her. Excuse me?
What the fuck?
Are you speaking to me?
We've heard that you're the new manager. Is it true you're still in high school?
Oh, well, I'm only filling in temporarily.
Someday, though. That aside, wow, you're looking gorgeous in that kimono. You must have had a lot of male visitors.
Ew, guy.
Huh? No. This is boring. Oh, I need to do the dishes.
There's people making noise outside. Oh, wait, we already did it? Oh, okay, cool. Whoop. Uh-oh. Is it the interviewer? The interviewer's pushing people into this world?
In other Inaba-related news, meteorologists are predicting heavy fog throughout the year. The region has seen an abnormal amount of fog over the past few years, and the cause of the climate change is unknown. Whatever the reason, residents of the Inaba area should be extra careful. Our broadcast tonight was extended to bring you up-to-date news on the incident in Inaba. The time is now midnight.
It has to be him, right? Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the interviewer then who's doing this. He's a fucking creepo. Not this guy again.
Welcome. Do not be alarmed. You are fast asleep
Ow.
in the real world.
And before we all get banned for talking about League, no, it's fine. You guys can talk about League. I just don't know those characters. I mean, I know of them, but I don't know them. And I don't play League myself, so...
I have summoned you within your dreams. And so we meet again.
This guy's trying to touch my ear. Ew.
This is a space
She's
that
okay.
only those who have, in one way or another, entered into a contract may enter. In your daily life, you subconsciously heard the call to awaken, and you chose to follow the destiny of your inner voice, thereby enacting your glorious awakening to your power.
Hold on to this. From this night forth, you are our guest in this velvet room. Your destiny will require you to hone your power, and for that, you will inevitably require our help. There is but one price for this assistance. You must abide by your contract and assume responsibility for all decisions you may make. Very well. The persona you have acquired, it is a side of you that shows itself when you face the world around you. Perhaps you can think of it as a facade of determination you wear to face various difficulties in life. Your persona ability, however, is that of the wild card. Compared to that of others, it is very special. It is like the number 0, empty, yet holding infinite potential within itself. The persona ability is the power to control one's own heart, and the heart is strengthened through bonds. As you form bonds by becoming involved with others, your own social links will gradually develop. The power of these social links is what will determine your persona's abilities.
Social links are necessary for more than strengthening your persona. At times, they will help light the way to the truth you're searching for.
Where will your awakened power of the wild card take you? I look forward to traveling the road of your destiny together.
This guy's fucking creepy as hell.
Till we meet again.
You got tired of babysitting, so now you've become the baby.
Yo! You saw what was on last night, right?
You gonna go binge? Sweet dreams, son.
I couldn't tell who it was, but if someone's shown up on TV, we can't ignore it. Let's go check it out after school. Maybe Teddy can tell us something.
Thank you, thank you.
It turns out someone was thrown in again. There really might be a culprit behind all this. Even if it is something about that place that's killing the victims. If someone's using that world as a weapon, that's unforgivable.
No, no. I'm pretty sure you guys were all playing.
No matter what it takes. There's no way the police can do it. Who'd believe that the murderer kills people by throwing them into the TV? Yeah, I agree. You know, I tried sticking my head in the TV last night the way you did, and it actually worked. I think I can do that now because I have the same power. Persona, wasn't it? Could be that we got this gift from someone specifically so we could solve the case. Then again, you managed to go inside the TV and get your persona first. I feel like as long as you're with me, I can find the culprit and crack this case. Well, let's do our best.
There's always a chance I accidentally hurt someone. Yeah, that's fair. Pikey, your experience with looking after toddlers. A faint stirring of friendship? Oh, only now? A new bond?
The persona ability is the power to control one's own heart. And the heart is strengthened through bonds.
Ayo!
As you form bonds by becoming involved with others, your own social links will gradually develop.
Armpit queen.
The power of these social links is what will determine your persona's abilities.
The guy who has a winky for a nose. No!
Chia. About yesterday?
I'm not sure what kind of winkies you've seen.
Never mind that. Is Yukiko still not here?
Oh my god.
Huh? Yukiko-san? No. At least I haven't seen her today.
Oh man. What should I do? Hey, is that stuff you were talking about for real? You know, all that about how people showing
You've
up on the
outed
Midnight
yourself.
Channel is related to that other world.
Weird winky club.
We were just talking about that. We're thinking of checking it out later.
Go wash your hair, Puggy.
The person on TV yesterday? I think it was Yukiko.
Yep.
That kimono looked like the one she wears at the inn, and she wore it during that interview a few days ago, too. I got worried, so I emailed her last night, but she hasn't responded.
Email?
I called her earlier in the evening, though, and she said she'd be at school today.
Calm down. We get the picture. And you still haven't heard from her?
No.
You summed up the information you gained in that other world for Chia.
What's that supposed to mean? Wait, are you saying Yukiko was thrown in there?
We don't know yet for sure. We should check to see if she's safe first. Give her another call.
What kind of school are these kids in where they can just whip their phone out?
No good. Her voicemail picked up. She's not answering.
Are you serious? Then is Yukiko-san inside that place?
Stop it! Something must have come up, like an errand or something. Oh, or she might be helping at the inn. She wouldn't be able to answer herself if that's it.
Yeah, but would she skip school for that?
Well, I'll give the inn a call. I've got the number here somewhere. Come on, Yukiko. Pick up. Oh, is this Yukiko? Thank God she's there. I see. Nah, it was nothing. I'll email you again later.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hi, Warhammy. How are you?
She said they had a big group reservation and she had to help out. Yeah. Now that I think about it, this has happened before too.
I'm doing okay.
At least once a year. She said she'll be at the inn tomorrow too. For crying out loud, Yosuke, you got me worried over nothing. She was totally fine. And you were all, is Yukiko-san inside that place?
Oh my god, I hate this girl so much.
Sorry. But there is a reason we thought that.
Oh yeah? What?
Well, we thought people show up on the Midnight Channel because they're already over in that world. I mean, it makes sense, right? People show up on TV because they're inside the TV. But Yukiko-san's still here in our world. We might want to see what this is about. All right, let's meet up at Junes after school.
You explained to Chia in detail again about what happened last night?
Okay, I think that's more than enough about my sorry escapades.
If I hadn't seen the place firsthand, I'd never have believed a story like that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Kidding. Anyways, we need to know what's going on inside.
500k shorts? Aww. Why you poor, man?
Yeah. Too bad there's so many customers around. I forgot there's a sale in the electronics department today.
How? By talking to that Teddy guy?
I got it. Come here a sec. Try sticking your hand in and calling him over. I bet that bear's wandering around the entrance anyway. Hey, Chia, stand over here. Make a wall with me.
A wall?
Not a very good wall.
What's wrong?
Shh! Not so loud, you idiot!
She says even louder.
Dude! Is that a bite mark? Are you okay? Wow, that looks like it hurts. Jeez, that stupid bear must have done it.
Thanks, Chia.
Hey, you! We know you're in there.
Oh, is this a game?
No, it's not a game. Can you sense anyone inside there right now?
Who's anyone? I'm a lonely little bear like always. This land feels so barren.
Shut it! So there's no one inside? You're sure?
I'm not lying. My nose is running as good as ever.
His nose? He sniffs people out? Okay.
I'm gonna go warn Yukiko and
You double crown Nahida, now you have Nomura to do Raiden. Time to start farming some Mora then, I guess.
Since she'll be busy this weekend helping out at the inn, I doubt she'd go anywhere alone, but still.
Yeah. You'll walk with her to school on Monday, right?
Sure, I'll go pick her up at her house.
Maybe we'll find out more on tonight's Midnight Channel. Cross your fingers that this is all just a misunderstanding. What's your cell number? I'll call you when I watch it tonight. All right, don't forget to watch tonight.
Looks like we found all we're gonna find here. And we've still got nothing that points directly to a suspect.
We don't even know if this is a homicide.
Well, what else could it be? There's no way a body could end up like that by accident.
I know. We haven't found the cause of death for the first Vic. Now we got a second one just like it. If this is a murder case, there's no doubt we're dealing with a single perp. But if that's true, what the hell's going on?
You know, I thought at first this all spun out of that love triangle.
No, that singer, Misuzu Hiragi, has a solid alibi. She was performing overseas, and her phone records prove it. And remember, the only reason the scandal went public was because Hiragi herself broke it to the media. No one would put themselves under suspicion that way if they had murder on their mind.
Got a point there.
Same with Taro Namatame, her husband. No matter how much we shake him down, nothing links him to the murders. He's been working in the city for the past 6 months. Seems he was here recently because of the scandal, but he was swamped with work back home at the time of the incident. There are eyewitnesses and other evidence placing him at his office the night that Mayumi Yamano died. And we can't find anything that shows Yamano making contact with Namatame before or after her disappearance.
You hear Namatame's career has also been killed stone dead? He's been fired from his position as secretary. He's practically as much of a victim as the Yamano girl.
Yeah, I agree. Then we have the second case, regarding Saki Konishi. She's the one who discovered Yamano's corpse. But I don't buy the killer shutting her up as a possible motive. She was killed well after she reported the body, and the culprit didn't hide her. It's like they were meant to be found. The only other connection is that she attended the same school as the daughter of the inn where Yamano was holed up. But that hardly points to a motive. And coincidences like that are common in a town as small as ours.
Yeah, I heard about that angle on the news too.
What? Is the story about the inn out already?
Okay, I got it. How's this? Maybe there was something about the corpse that only Saki Konishi knew. And our perp killed her to keep whatever it was from leaking out.
Either way, all we can do now is keep investigating anyone involved with the victims. Our perp. It has to be someone in Inaba.
Oh, is your detective's intuition at work?
That's what you get for being a sassy partner, sassy junior.
Well,
I always leave her alone. This girl wants nothing to do with me. She's like, you are very simply living in my house.
thing. Tonight, Princess Yukiko has a big surprise.
I'm gonna go score myself a hot stud. Welcome to Not a Dream, Not a Hoax. Princess Yukiko's hunt for her Prince Charming.
What?
And I came prepared. I've got my lacy unmentionables on, stacked from top to bottom.
What the
I'm
fuck?
out to catch a whole harem, and the best of the lot is gonna be all mine. Well, here I go.
Hey, did you see that? That was Yukiko-san for sure. It looked like her, and I mean, she even said her name. But didn't the stuff she was saying sound weird?
Very.
And she looked like she was on some low-budget TV show. Was it like this before, too? What's going on? You're right. Let's get her to contact Yukio-san. Tomorrow's Sunday, so let's meet up at Junes first thing in the morning.
That's gonna be too late. What? We're not doing anything? Whoa, look at him.
Oh, good morning.
This child could not sound more disinterested in me being there. I'm so glad.
He left already. He said he's gonna be late.
If you leave, Nanako will be left all alone to look after the house. On the other hand, you have important business with Yosuke today.
Are you going somewhere? I'll be fine by myself.
So the weather this weekend will be perfect for going out.
Oh, I'm glad, because I'm going out now. Goodbye.
As for next week's forecast,
Oh, the sun's gonna come out. I should do some laundry.
Uh-oh.
Weren't you going somewhere?
This poor kid.
Sorry for the holdup. I found some stuff we can use in the closet at home. Take a look at these.
Whoa! Why do you just have those in your
We've got our
closets?
personas, but a golf club's not that reliable of a weapon. So, which one strikes your fancy? Come on, don't be like that. I just know they'll come in handy. As for me, wait, maybe both would be good too. Kinda like this? Or like this? What about this?
Oh my goodness. The girl sitting behind on the left-hand side is just watching him like, I'm going to die today.
Two suspicious young males found, one armed with multiple weapons, requesting immediate backup.
Huh? Oh, crap. I mean, no. This isn't what it looks like. We didn't steal it. I guess that's not what matters. Anyways, we're not doing anything bad.
I have the power of God and anime on my side. That's literally what he was doing.
Just two ordinary kids who like weapons. Oh, that doesn't sound right either.
Put the weapons down now. We'll listen to your story at the station. Hands where I can see them, too. I said now!
But this isn't...
Are you resisting an officer of the law? You're under arrest!
Oh my god. What the fuck has this kid done?
You didn't seem the type to pull a stupid stunt like this. You know what's been going on around town. We got men stationed everywhere, for God's sake. You're lucky I was around. Or this would have ended up on your permanent record.
We're sorry.
Wait, so the one that disappeared is the Amagi girl?
Seems like it. That she's just a high schooler, you know? Could be that she decided to run away from home.
Yosuke is a moron, but I think he's like a lovable moron.
Did he say
Hmm? Who's what now?
Oh, nothing.
I'm sure you've seen on the news that there's an investigation in progress. We're sensitive about certain things. You're free to go. But this better not happen again.
Also, this dad doesn't question that his young child, is sitting at home alone. This is fine.
Whoa, pardon me. Huh? Aren't you the kid staying at Dojima-san's place?
Oh, can we ask you something? It's about Yukiko-san. I mean, Yukiko Amagi of the Amagi Inn. Did something happen to her?
Huh? Oh, am I allowed to say? Well, if you're friends with Miss Amagi, keep this between us, okay? We got a call from Miss Amagi's parents yesterday evening saying they couldn't find her anywhere. Since it was
The jargon has awoken. He has. It's a bit more of a decent hour for him to be awake now.
Oh, but that doesn't necessarily mean this is.
Did you manage to get some sleep, friend?
But people have been turning up dead on foggy days, so we're really sensitive to stuff like this. By the way, did she say anything to you guys about maybe going through some hard times?
Hard times?
Well, that announcer, Miss Yamano, was staying at the Amagi Inn before the first murder. Seems Miss Yamano had some harsh words for the manager about the staff's attitude towards guests.
You want more?
The stress of it caused the manager to collapse. And with Miss Amagi being the manager's daughter, she must have felt pretty strongly about the incident, you know? By the way, did Miss Amagi ever hint that she might be leaving the house? Because if not, there's been some theories floating around that she's laying low for some reason or another. Crap. I think I've gone too far. You didn't hear that, okay?
Adachi, what the hell are you chatting with civvies for? And where's my coffee?
Sorry, I got it right here. Psst, forget I said anything, please?
Yeah, sure, guy. No drugs.
Does
Ah.
that detective think that Yukiko-san...
There you are!
Ugh.
Jeez, what are you guys doing?
She is the most annoying character.
Well, there was a slight misunderstanding. We'll tell you about it later. Anyway, something's up with Yukiko-san.
Huh? You know already? I kept calling her so, but she didn't pick up. So I went to her house, and it turns out Yukiko really did disappear.
I guess we've got no choice but to go now. But that aside, the cops are saying some weird stuff. They think Yukiko-san's hiding to lay low. Apparently, Yukiko-san's mom collapsed because that announcer lady bitched her out. They think that gives her a motive. And the fact that the announcer died right after makes her even more suspicious.
What? They think Yukiko did it? Oh, what the hell is wrong with them?
Dude, don't snap at me. Yukiko's the victim here, damn it, not the suspect.
You're right. So...
Thank you. No more shouting. This girl's so annoying. She shouts all the time. When she's happy, when she's angry.
We've got to handle it ourselves.
When she's sad. My god.
I'm going to. And that's final. I'm going to save Yukiko no matter what.
Are you gonna be alright? Man, they just confiscated our weapons. We can't go in empty-handed.
Weapons? Oh, I know just the place.
She's just got like a trunk in her house that's full of guns.
Come on, follow me.
Follow me if you want an AK. Let's go. You'd think she was getting paid to shout, right? She gets paid more. What the fuck? Please tell me that's her grandpa.
Here we are.
What kind of shop is this?
Metalworks, I guess?
Aw, damn it.
They sell all sorts of metal crap, like katanas and stuff.
Doesn't that seem weird to you? Why would you know about a place like this anyway? Oh, I get it. You watch one too many kung fu movies and...
It's not that at all. I overheard some guys in our class talk about it. They said this place sells weapons and armor.
This is so weird.
Looks good, but it might be too heavy.
I don't know, Chie. I still think it's too dangerous. I know how you feel, but...
You don't! You don't know shit about how I feel. Yukiko might die from this, for crying out loud. I'm going, and that's that! Psh, I'll be fine. My reflexes are second to none.
Hi, Oni-chan.
You don't know what it's like in there. If you're not gonna listen to our warnings, we're leaving you here.
Hello, cutie. How are you?
If you insist on coming, just make sure you have something to protect yourself.
All right.
But man, what? Hey,
Sleepy and
mind
hot?
picking out something for me too?
Same.
You're our main asset in battle right now. So I
It
think
is
you should choose
warm.
whatever makes it easiest for
It
you.
makes me feel so drowsy, and it looks like it's a little bit overcast as well.
I got my stuff all picked out. How about you guys?
You know, if we wear this stuff around town, we'll just get picked up again. But it's not like we can waltz into Junes with a sack full of gear and expect no one to notice either.
Why not conceal them under our uniforms? I don't think people would notice.
You've returned, Puggy. Did you do it right, or did you... Imagine if you, like, missed the spot, you'd have to start all over again. Oi. I hope I didn't jinx it. Some are trying to get in that last hurrah. Where are we now? We're in March. Yeah, it should start cooling down now.
Okay, let's try that.
I know that next week is going to be even hotter in my area, so...
Alright, let's split up
yeah.
and get ready. The store will be crowded until the afternoon sale ends, and if we walk around together, the cops might get suspicious.
This store owner is just listening to this entire conversation like, what the fuck is going on? Seems acceptable for now? Good enough. Otherwise, just wear a hat. Old man Daidara. Okay. Imitation katana. And for you, hunting nata. Yeah, why not? Pretty sure. Sure, why not? I don't think we need to keep other stuff. How do I choose? Does he only sell... Yeah, it looks like it. Your hay fever is acting up? Oh. I see. Oh, there we go. That's how I buy armor. Damn it! Chainmail. Probably should have been buying just for myself and not Yosuke as well, but it's okay. Oops. Yes. Now you see, because I bought that other guy, I think I'm too poor. It's fine, it's fine. There's nothing to sell. Yeah, I think this is fine. We definitely are gonna go through that, right? It's the Velvet Room.
So, it finally begins. Now, if you'll give me a moment of your time.
This whole game feels like a fucking fever dream. Guys, I can't.
We have
There's
been
a new
expecting
person!
you.
Oh my god.
The catastrophe that is headed your way. It has already taken human lives in its approach towards you.
This is fucking
But
odd.
you have nothing to
It 100% is.
You already have the power to fight against it. It seems that the time for you to use your persona has come.
I think that basically what happened is that I bought all the drugs, mixed them together, and this is what I'm experiencing.
Your persona ability is that of the wild card. If you strengthen your bonds properly, their power will help you overcome
He said the
any
thing?
ordeal.
Why? What did he say?
Our role is to facilitate that.
My contribution is to give birth to new personas.
Ew. Oh, persona? Yeah?
By mixing together multiple persona cards, I can
Is he not supposed to say it?
them into a new form. This, in other words, is the fusion of personas. You have the power to hold multiple personas and to use them accordingly. When you defeat an enemy, the seeds of possibility you attain will appear before you as cards. At times, they may be hard to grasp, but you must master your fear and reach out to them. When you obtain new cards, please do not hesitate to bring them here. If you have been developing your social links, then your persona will gain even more power. They will be one of your chief sources of strength. You would do well to take this to heart.
Just a second. I'm gonna take a little break in a bit. Persona of Magician. Arcana is fused. That persona will gain even more power. Okay, but who's the other girlie? Also, he gives birth.
The tome you see in my hand is the Persona Compendium. Registering the personas you hold will allow you to recall them at any time. Please see me when you wish
Is this
to
like
use
Pokemon? Can you catch them all?
Oh, and one more thing. I would like to introduce a new resident of the Velvet Room, who will be helping you on
I'm
your
sure he
journey.
uses the nose in some way. Well, Hooded earlier was saying that it looks like a Winky, so yeah. He gives birth through his Winky. Unfriendly looking girl. Wait, she looks familiar. Oh, we did see her before.
Marie?
Becky.
Yeah, I can hear. Nice to meet you.
We had a discussion. Joggin, do you know the word Winky? We had a discussion about it earlier.
Dunno. It doesn't matter.
Huh?
Excuse her. This is Marie.
Hooded, don't you come back.
Her soul is still very young and...
Shut up. Don't tell him any more about me than you need to.
As you can see. She may be brusque at times, but please understand that she is only an apprentice, and forgive her for her impoliteness.
Weren't you were playing Genshin, right? You weren't going to bed. Wait, Joggin, are you familiar with this word? Because Hooded wasn't. He called me Winky earlier, and I was like, how dare you? So we had to explain to him what Winky was. But then we were like, is this a South African only word? Like, do people use it in other countries? So Kat had to go on a mission to go find out the origin of the word Winky. And yeah, it's British in origin. But like, for some reason, Hooded didn't know this word. So Hooded learned a word today.
Marie will be dealing with skill cards.
You did go on a mission. You went on a quest for knowledge. You had to satiate your thirst for the origin of the word Winky.
Using these cards will allow you to provide your personas with new powers.
I wonder why it's so odd. Hooded didn't know. I guess Hooded's young. Maybe he hasn't had much Winky talk with others.
Also, I am sure she will help you form a bond between yourself and the outside world.
Oh my god.
Marie will contact you at a later date.
You know a lot of words for dick. I think it gets beamed into your brain Matrix style during puberty. Well, maybe Hooded hasn't reached puberty yet, so you know. But what was that one? Meat stick. Puggy said meat stick earlier, and I was just like, wow, I've definitely heard that before, but it's not really a common one.
Please feel free to speak with her here when you wish to use her services.
What the fuck?
Do you recall my words to you before?
Pork sword. Oh no, I hate pork sword. Do you know why? Because I can actually imagine like a dick-shaped sword, but it's also got that texture of, you know, like an uncooked pork sausage, and it's floppy, but it's a sword, and the blade is penis-shaped. Oh my god. Okay, let's stop this conversation. I hate pork sword. Maggie. I'm sorry, Maggie. I hate it here, says the person. Not only with the VIP badge, the sub badge, and the gifter badge. How to unsub? Take it back. Take the sub. I don't want it. Remove me. Remove me from the archive.
The coming year is a turning point in your destiny.
Yeah, like, you know that texture, the way that the meat looks, like the ground pork, I guess. That is what a pork sword is. It's like a sword, so it's got like a hilt and everything. But it's penis shaped, but the texture is that of a pork sausage. Because we gotta have the pork. Sorry, Puggy. There's a weapon like that in Saints Row. It's called the Penetrator. Oh my god. I am not listening to this story anymore. My mind is simply on pork sausages.
Is not the only way your journey may come.
Ground pork wiki. No! I didn't think it could get worse.
Please do not forget this.
Jargon.
When next we meet, you will hear of your own will. I look forward to it.
Nay, this guy's nasty.
Until then,
not us talking about pork swords, but this guy's nasty. Oh my god. Jargon has just woken up and this is the conversation that he's having. He's talking about pork swords. And sword fights. What was I supposed to do? Okay, apparently I have no quests. This guy's just talking about books. Okay, so I can just go anytime. Oh, and I can go buy stuff now? Ah. I see, I see. Unbelievable. I don't remember what it said I needed to do. I wasn't not paying attention. Oh, I can actually go in here? Oh shit. What the heck? You have no business here? God. How do I know there's nothing inside there? What the... Guys, I was too busy talking about pork swords and now I have no idea where I'm supposed to go. He's running in the middle of the road. I think I can't run here. At the Junez food court? Oh. Main character energy? Yep.
really stick out.
Ooh.
Guess it doesn't help that we're in our school uniforms on a Sunday.
I'm gonna take a quick break. It's gonna be an ad break, so apologies those who are gonna get hit with the ad. But take this as an opportunity to stretch your legs, get something to drink, get something to eat, whatever you need to do. I'll be back in a bit. Did you guys see that? What did he just do? Did you guys see that? Weapon? No, we don't do weapon banner in this house. Weapon banner is disappointment. So no. I'm miserable right now. This is impressive and not in a good way. I agree, but I just got one now, so maybe I should be thankful. Okay, now another one. That's not him. That's also not him. That's especially not him. That is a bow. That is not a dog boy. That is also not a dog boy. This is disappointment. I'm gonna go ugly cry. This is a cat! Ah! What is it? 3-7. Oops. Ah! Oh. Slowly. Ah! Okay.
Gmax_Yoda screamed, my sprinkler goes like this. And comes back like this.
Okay, I wasn't expecting the second part, so that that one got me. Very nice. I like Conco. Stairway to Hell. Ah! What am I supposed to do? High five him in the face. Hello, hello, hello. I am Pig. Oink, oink. I wonder if the avatar farts. You mean like Aang? Being a windy boy, I wonder if he can just like control his farts. So you just don't hear the squeak. It's just silent but deadly all the way. Oh, the stream. I'm so sorry, Jinxie. My brain went a completely different direction there. It still does the Avatar farts one. When is it gonna put new clips in there?
The sale should end soon, so that'll get rid of some of the people wondering.
Where's
around
my...
here.
What? Where's Persona? What the fuck?
All right, let's get going.
What? Oh, there it is. What? That was so weird. Anyway, welcome back. Welcome back to me, I guess. But welcome back. Welcome back, guys. We're doing Persona things still.
Chie, it's not too late to...
I'm going.
Tends to pick the same ones? Yeah.
Fine, but don't push yourself, got it?
Maybe need to find another one. Or find a way to just moosh a bunch of them together. Like, just make it a video itself.
Whoa, it really is that bear from last time.
Rather than relying on an app to pick one. Or to pick, like, things. Because I think it's picking the ones that have the highest views, but by playing it, it increases the views.
What are you doing?
Can't you tell? I'm thinking about stuff. I've been deliberating over it for a long time now. Hey, that wasn't a bad joke.
No, it was terrible, mate. Try again.
So, did you figure anything out? It's probably useless to think about it too much. I've seen the inside of your skull, and it was empty.
How rude! You're right, though. I try and try, but nothing comes out of my head.
Will you guys shut up? Now's not the time for stupid jokes. Listen, someone came here yesterday, right?
Wow, there's a girl with a better nose than me? What's your name, miss?
Miss? I'm Chie, but never mind that. Tell me more about that someone.
I think it happened a little after I talked with you guys. After that, it felt like someone was here.
Is it Yukiko-san?
I don't know. I haven't looked. The presence is over that way. That's probably where they are.
Over there, huh? Is everyone ready?
Yeah.
What the? A castle? You think this is the place they showed on TV last time?
You're positive that no one's behind a camera for that bizarre midnight program?
Program? I don't know. Maybe people on your side can see stuff in this world. It might be that. And I told you before, there's only me and Shadows here. There's no camera stuff going on. This world has been like this from the beginning.
From the beginning? That's what we don't understand.
I don't know. Can you guys explain everything about your world? I've never seen this program thingy before, so I don't know.
Well, is that really what's happening? Are we really looking into this world? Because the first time Yukiko showed up on that channel was before she disappeared. Doesn't that seem off? I mean, Yukiko saying stuff like, "Score myself a hot stud." Oh, that's not like her at all.
Score? Stud?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it either. Yukiko-san would never say anything like that. Huh. I wonder, is this kind of like what happened to me last time?
There's a lot of stuff I still don't get, but after hearing your story, I think that program happens because of the person who appears on it, or something like that.
So, Yukiko is producing that show herself? Oh, I don't get this at all. Hey, do you feel Yukiko's presence from inside?
Also, why are we in school uniform? Weren't we wearing other things?
I'm pretty sure. So, what's this scoring with a hot stud thing?
Yukiko's here. I'm going on ahead.
Hey, wait, don't go alone! Jeez, we better follow her.
I don't know why it's not, why they're not speaking, but we're basically going in to go find her, rescue her. Peach seed and soul drops. Shit. Huh, okay. The music slaps, it is pretty good. Hmm. Boop! Whoa! I can't remember what worked on these guys. Was it cleave? Whoa!
No one stands in Sensei's way.
Someone else's turn.
Persona. Great, Sensei. Go for choke.
The sword is bigger? Yeah, it's a fucking huge sword. You see mysterious cards before your eyes?
When you defeat an enemy, the seeds of possibility you attain will appear before you as cards. At times, they may be hard to grasp, but you must master your fear and reach out to them.
Okay. Okay, okay. Oh, is this a persona? Enemies won't notice you until changing floors. Oh, I had to pick one? Whoops. Oopsie.
Hey, congrats.
Ooh. A new attack. Damn it.
Are you all right, Yosuke? You're hurt.
I want to explore like everywhere. A vanish ball? Okay. Yes, it is. It is very weird. I think I said before it sounds like an upset stomach. The speed at which he's moving his legs and the speed at which we're moving through the world do not agree with each other either. I'm trying to see if there's anything down this way. I hate, like, missing stuff. I'm so bad at this. What are those?
Two enemies. Hang in there. Persona.
I can't use him. Oh. Whoa! Oh, okay.
Two enemies. Charge through them.
I don't know what does more damage though.
Great, Sensei. Go for prize.
Bro's dragging a whole tree branch behind him. It is very long. Reminds me of Myst. The fuck?
It's down. Let's go, partner. All right.
Bam! Okay, I only get to pick one. So I'll pick this one.
All right, I leveled up.
Hell yeah! Jiraiya leveled up.
Sensei, are you okay? Your health's low.
Do I... Can I use it? I mean, it didn't heal much. That's fine. Is that where we were before? I think so. Okay, so the room's made up. There was just like an extra loopy there. Bop him!
2 enemy shadows. You get to go first. No
Damn.
one stands in Sensei's way.
Nice! Why didn't it make a noise? What the heck? Thank you for the gift subbies. Sheesh. Went to Lich, has Mickey, Sentinels, and Trent. Thank you, friend. That's so weird that it didn't make a noise or anything. Just things being temperamental, of course. What is this? Is this also a... Ugh. I want the key, to be honest. Stream Elements might be having a funny wobble, entirely possible. It might play later. I'll get a Friday later. I don't know. I guess that one. A slime card. Yay.
Are you alright, Yosuke? You're hurt!
Is he hinting for me to heal them? Like, I don't know. They both have so much HP though. We gonna be checking all of the rooms. I bopped that one on the head real fast.
I'm pissed now. Throw down.
It's down.
Now's our chance. Good answer.
Yeah, boy. Also, I'm going to be streaming a little shuffle. Oh. And we're streaming a little later today. Because Ray's making dinner.
Amazing, Sensei! Sensei, are you okay? Your health's low.
Shut up, man. There we go. Now you can stop complaining. Ooh, stairs. We have to go up. Wait, I want to go check. Aha! Oops. A soul drop. Let's go! You're good at fighting compared to you, Yosuke stinks. What the fuck? Though I do gotta admit you have a knack for this stuff. Doesn't he? So you should be the one to give Yosuke orders during a fight. Okay. Ticks me off to hear Teddy say that stuff, but I don't want to cause trouble doing my own thing in battle, so don't hesitate to order me around. I'm counting on you. I thought he was doing fine. Uh-oh.
Are you alright?
Absolutely no chill. This bear does not give a fuck. He's like, your feelings? Fuck them.
She said that red looks good on me.
Yukiko-san?
I hated my name. Yukiko. Snow. Snow is cold and it melts quickly. It's transient. Worthless. But it's perfect for me. Apart from inheriting the inn, I'm worthless.
Whoa.
Still, Chie told me that red looks good on me.
Are these Yukiko-san's inner thoughts? I remember hearing Saki-senpai's too.
Yeah, this castle is probably here because of this Yukiko person.
Yukiko! Chie was the only one who gave my life meaning. She's bright and strong, and she can do anything. She has everything that I don't. Compared to Chie,
What?
Chie protects me. She looks after my worthless life. And I don't deserve any of it. Chie is so kind.
Yukiko, Chie is so kind, huh? What a joke.
What?
Uh-oh. Yeah, Chia sucks.
Oh man, is that?
It's just like Yosuke.
Yosuke.
Over a suppressed self. Now it's a shadow.
Are we talking about that, Yukiko? She says I'm protecting her. She says she's worthless. That's how it should be, right? What are you saying? Yukiko's so good looking, so fair skinned, so feminine. She's the one all the guys drool over. When Yukiko looked at me with such jealousy, man, did I get a charge out of that. Yukiko knows the score. She can't do anything if I'm not around. I'm better than her. Much, much better. No! I've never thought that!
What are we gonna do?
We need to protect Chie-chan right now.
No! Don't come near me! Don't look at me!
Chie, calm down.
No! No! This isn't me!
Wait, stupid! Don't say anything else like that.
That's right. I'm the one who can't do anything alone. I can't win as a girl, let alone as a person. I'm pathetic. But Yukiko, she depends on me. That's why she's my friend. I'll never loosen my grip on her. She's too important to me. No! So you're just going
I accidentally clicked forward, whoops.
But things are different now. When the time comes, I'll be the one left standing. You won't mind, right? I'm still you.
Ah, no! The things are not working! Yoda, welcome! Because my Stream Elements thing is not working. There's no raid song. Did anyone else have issues with Stream Elements today? I don't know why. I don't know why it's not working, but welcome, welcome, Raiders! Thank you very much, everyone who came through. You were having issues yesterday? Yeah, it's been... If it's not Stream Elements...
NA13 Neil streamed chicken wing, hot dog and bologna chicken and macaroni.
Chilling with the homies! Welcome, homies! I hope you guys had a great time with Yoda. Yoda, what were you up to today? You were playing? Hogwarts, how was it? Did you have a good stream? How was your day? Thank you again so much for the raid. Welcome to everyone. If there's any new peepos here, welcome, welcome. I'm Nat Potato, variety streamer from South Africa. I'm currently playing Persona, which is a game that Yoda got for me because he wanted me to play it. Yoda, all I can say is, what the fuck is this game? Sir, this game is all kinds of everything. And by everything, I mean all the drugs. Crushed, injected, snorted, rolled around in at the same time. What the fuck is this game? Where's Teddy? That little shit's behind me somewhere. Yoda's not even taking responsibility for getting me to play this game. Yoda, is it the reporter? Is it the reporter? Drugs and Winkies? Yeah, that's what we've been talking about so far today. Drugs and Winkies.
Shut up! You're...
And I hate this girl.
GA, no!
You're not me!
Oh no. Oh. What in the unheavenly fuck is this thing?
GA!
She's a dominatrix standing on top of other girls? Okay.
It's coming! You have to use your powers to save GH!
Cool. Quite literally. Dominatrix banana head. Yep. Banana mistress. Banana natrix.
Shut up! Quit being
Banana mommy? Sorry. Banana mommy? Sorry. Banana mommy? Sorry.
GA, just hang in there a little.
Oops.
Think you can stop me that easy?
Oof. Load shedding was pushed to stage 5. I don't think it changes anything for my evening though. So that's a small mercy. Whoa, I can use these now. What is slime gonna do? Whoa. Wait, did I not summon him? I'm so confused.
Now's our chance. You ready?
Yes.
All right. Out of our way.
Looks like you won't understand without a little pain.
Uh-oh. You won't be on for the rest of the week? How come, Yoda? Oh, ow. Oof.
That was intense! You okay?
Which one was it? This one. Oh.
Let's go, partner. All right.
The combat's a little confusing. But also, like, I don't really have things to heal or... Like, I don't know what attack she just did. I don't know what any of these symbols represent. Oh. It heals one person. Oof. Yeah, let's heal this idiot. Oh, thank God.
How lame! You're all so deadly serious and we've only gotten started!
Peggy! Just because someone is deaf doesn't mean they can't block. Oh! I'm gonna heal myself as well. Just cause, yeah. The thing is, like, how am I supposed to control him? How do I use him? Like, cause I can't tell him what to do. Tactics?
That was intense!
I'm just gonna go with... Because that lets me then control his moves, right? It's fine, we'll heal him for now. Now I understand. He's dizzy! He can fucking stay dizzy. Motherfucker. Let's... change it. What did this do? Oh. Resist? Ah. So we need to keep him alive, basically. Because he's... Isn't she weak to that other thing?
Yikes! This is one tough enemy!
Or is it saying that the other one... Is this her weakness and strengths? Or is that what's strong and weak against her? I'm so confused. I feel like this wasn't explained. Okay, so now we need to guard. And now we can attack her again. You know what? I'm just gonna keep Pixie out. I think that's the better option here. To keep this dingaling alive. Thanks. So this is supposed to do damage to her. So wait, if it says weak, that means she was weak to it. Not that it was a weak attack. This is the most silly looking fight, by the way, this thing, but I love it. Wow. A grubby bitch? What, cheer? Cheer, grubby bitch? What did this do again? Oh, I don't need that. I guess we can just attack. Bunk! Wait, did she put green wall? I wasn't paying attention. Fuck. Okay. Good to know. I guess I'll learn over time. So I can just use a normal attack for now, because... Man, I want to do more damage. They kind of just throw you in with 2 boss fights. Yeah, we did a fight before with Yosuke. It wasn't so bad. But like, this one I feel a little bit like in the deep end. Okay, so I want to change back to Pixie. And maybe do some healing.
Sorry.
Wait, we'll attack, but... What the fuck was that attack? Hi, Demon Wolf. I don't... She didn't greenwall, did she? Oh, she did! Fuck. Who's more in danger of dying? Probably him. Because he's a dummy. Whoops. Ow. It's fine, we'll get her now.
You might want to defend yourself.
That green is green? What green is green? No, she green-walled again. God damn it. My VTuber?
You're gonna pay, dude.
Yeah? That's the color she's always been. Is there green wall down yet? I can't remember. Whatever, let's just use it. I don't think it's down though. Yeah. Damn it. It's all the same character. I don't know what you mean, Demon Wolf. My VTuber is always the same. I'm not like using someone else's. Wow.
You okay? You might want to defend yourself.
Yeah, I should have just been attacking her. I didn't feel like doing the defend thing. Whoa, Pixie leveled up! Green hair, tail, and ears. You've never seen this before. Every single one of my things has got ears. So I'm not too sure, Demon Wolf. It's always been green. From the beginning. I don't know how you've never... My 3D, my VTuber kit, my PNG, this one. It's all green. It's always been green. I don't know what you've been seeing. but anyone here could tell you, even my emotes for my VTuber have got green hair. I honestly don't know what to tell you. All of the fan art that's been made of her, green hair. Always, every time. You reached 69 on Miku Miku Dance. You have to stop playing now. It's fun. I understand, Puggy. It was nice knowing you.
Are you okay?
What happened? What's the matter? Got nothing to say anymore?
Stop it, Chie. It's all right.
But... Huh?
He's right. I went through the same thing. So I can understand.
Why did my main character didn't go through this?
Yeah, kinda get it now. You are me. A side of me I couldn't forgive, that I tried to ignore. But you still exist. You're a part of me.
He has main characteritis? Oh, I see. What the fuck? This is not much better than the banana Natrix. Tomoe! Tomoe looking a little spicy.
It's true that part of me feels that way. But I wasn't lying about being friends with Yukiko.
Like we didn't know that already. Hey, Chie!
Also, for cookie runners, make sure you've done your dailies. You're gonna go lay in bed and stare at the ceiling? Enjoy, Puggy! I hope you get to sleep soon.
I'm okay. Just a little tired.
You don't look okay at all. And I bet
No, you? No, I've done my stuff.
you can use the same power we have now.
Huh?
Hey, what should we do?
Dan, did you play Cookie Run? Did you do your dailies?
I agree. We need to let Chie rest.
I never said I needed a break. I can still keep going.
Don't overdo it.
Is the bear gonna eat her?
It's not that we don't think you can. It's just, we have to save Yukiko-san no matter what.
Busy with work? Reset is in like 40 minutes, so...
Now that you have the power, you can fight with us.
If you've already done them,
Much
then no
better for us
worries.
all if you had your strength back. That's why we're saying we should go back and regroup.
Oh, is this Dainsleif? This one?
But Yukiko's still in here, isn't she? If those were Yukiko's true feelings, then I have to tell her something.
Did I drop something? Nah. Couldn't have been me.
Not as strong as she thinks. It's because she was with me. Because we were always together, I was able to act that way.
I don't even know where it fell. It's
Well,
been lost in the abyss.
back. Then you can tell her. Yuki-chan's normal. The shadows don't attack normal people. They only attack when the fog lifts here.
So Yukiko-san will be safe until then, right?
I'm positive.
Why? I don't get it.
Also, Yoda, is it the reporter that's the bad guy? Tell me.
When it fogs over in our world, that's the day it lifts here. And that's when the shadows attack their victim. So even if we leave for a while, Yukiko-san won't be in danger until the fog starts to cover Inaba. I'm sure of it. It was the same way for that announcer and Senpai.
No, not the announcer. The person who keeps interviewing these people. Because the reporter interviewed that other lady and the girl, and then Yuki got interviewed as well on TV because she had to take over the hotel or whatever the fuck she does.
Don't you remember how it was foggy in town on the days they died?
You mean they were killed by their other selves?
It's not? Damn it.
The fog usually appears after it rains. But it's been sunny lately. I don't think it's going to rain anytime soon. Don't worry so much. We'll check the weather forecast first thing when we get back.
But I can't turn back now. We've come so far. Yukiko's still here. She's all alone. She must be so scared.
It's related to TVs? Yeah.
Then you tell me how much further we gotta go to reach Yukiko-san.
That's...
You don't know what's up ahead. The enemies might be even stronger.
That much is evident that it's related to the TVs.
If we push ourselves too hard and get wiped out, who will save Yukiko-san then?
Which is why I thought it was the reporter, because he gets them stuck in a TV.
We can't fail no matter what. Am I wrong?
All right.
Why don't we just put her in the bear? The bear's hollow.
I'm sorry about before. I shouldn't have rushed in like that by myself.
Yeah, sort your shit out, bitch.
No worries. We're definitely gonna save Yukiko-san, right?
Right.
Not a bad guess. Ooh.
I'm feeling even worse than the last time I came in here. My head feels like it's gonna split open. Are you guys okay?
Knowing you, I think you'll know who the murderer is before the climax. Oh shit! Did you know? Did you figure it out, Yoda? Or were you mind blown?
That's right, you're not wearing the glasses.
Oh.
Oh yeah. What's with those glasses? Did your eyesight go bad?
Beard?
Man, you didn't notice until now? How panicked were you?
Tum-ta-dum! I got a pair ready for Chie-chan too. Here you go.
Where did he get them?
Whoa! What the? This is awesome!
You guessed it right the first time? Oh shit!
Why didn't you whip those out earlier if you had them?
I made them right now. You didn't tell me she was coming. It was all so sudden.
This bear, Yoda, I can't. Jogging you the Persona 5 one.
The trick. I was wondering how you guys could see where you were
I'm not very far in this game, right?
Hey, is it alright if I keep these?
Faux show.
Faux show! I don't like Teddy. I'm just gonna say that now.
We'll have to stop here today. But I'll be back with these puppies.
Puppies?
You guys better not come here without me.
Maybe she needs proper glasses if she thinks those are puppies.
Yeah, let's all promise each other. Nobody goes in alone. It's way too dangerous. If we don't work together, we won't be able to solve this case or save Yukiko-san, right?
We all hate Teddy and he gets worse. He's dodgy! This guy is dodgy, man.
I promise to.
Alright. So from tomorrow on, we'll try and come here as much as we can after school. And that includes days off. Hey, would you mind being our leader? You were the first to get this power, and you're way better in a fight than either of us. I think it's best for all of us if you set the pace of the investigation and we follow your lead. I'm cool playing second banana.
Pardon? Second what? Second banana?
had a feeling you'd say that.
Nani?
I mean, I'm more the advisor type, you know? An ideas man, not an executive.
A lot of banana themes here. Oh my god. It was the bananas all along.
I'd feel a lot more comfortable about this.
I'm with Yosuke too. If you're the one calling the shots, my pillow will be a lot more comfortable at night.
Shut the fuck up, Teddy.
Teddy, would you please stop talking? I'm really on edge right now.
Damn bananas. The bananas is the murderers all along. They're my friends. Oh shit! I got a freebie. The fuck are those? Fool? Because of Chie? Because she's a fool?
Okay.
So we unlocked social links before because we have Yosuke's one. But I'm guessing now we got one with Chie.
Don't forget to check the weather forecast. It gets foggy after a lot of rain, so let's keep an eye out. Also, let's make sure we gear up for next time.
Gear up? The news.
That's all for World News Tonight. Coming up next, the local news.
Dojima is quiet with a stern expression on his face.
Hey, mind if I ask something? You aren't getting involved with any strange business, are you? What happened at the station this afternoon? It's still bothering.
Oops.
Is there anything you're not telling me? I'll be the judge of that.
Yeah. Whoops.
Well, it's just been nagging at me, that's all.
Yeah, we got arrested earlier.
What's wrong? Are you fighting?
No, we're not having a fight.
This isn't the police station.
Tell her. Tell
I
him.
agreed to look after you. So don't get yourself involved in anything that could get you into trouble. Got that?
Yes, sir.
And now, our weather forecast. Due to high-pressure fronts from the west, that sunny spring-like weather will stay with us for a while longer.
Is this lady the one who decides the weather? Because when she says it'll be sunny, it always is.
She's not really deciding it. Never mind.
What was the weather? I was not paying attention. I can show you that video now. What video? You can hear Nanako calling you? The phone? Ugh. I have something that I prepared just for you. I was going to deliver it to your house, but the situation's changed. I need you to come pick it up. Where am I? I was getting to that. I'm in front of the gas station at this shopping district. You got that? Now hurry up and come pick it up. What the fuck? Bro. It's a Sunday evening. Sus. Where do you think you're going? I'll only say this once, so listen close. Maybe it's normal for kids like you to be goofing around outside at night back in the big city, but this isn't the city, it's the countryside, and your mother trusts me to keep you safe. You're not a kid anymore, I just have to trust you when you're out of my sight. But I can't just let you run around at night, you get me? So that's it, don't go wandering around at night if you don't have any reason to go out. Okay. Okay. Cool. What the? You've done something. Go take care of business and hurry back home. Okay, so I just needed to tell him that I had to go. That's fine. He said shopping district, right? The fuck? Nay, bro, this is dodgy as hell. School jersey. Okay. Get the hell out of here. The fuck? And this poor girl? What the fuck? Neighbor. Yoda, the person who made this game, are they okay?
You're back.
How was it? What was it? Could have just given you that at school. Yep. Telling you that isn't helping. School's tough enough. Yeah. I think it's a team of not okay people. I mean, yeah, I guess. This went through many people before it got published. Somehow we've made it to a 5th one in the franchise as well.
I wonder how Chia's doing.
They've done worse. Man, this game is already weird.
Too much stuff happened yesterday.
Can't imagine
I hope
worse.
she's back to her usual self.
Doesn't bring a bag or nothing.
Morning. Yep, I was out cold until this morning.
Hi, Kraken! How are you?
Thanks for everything yesterday. It's kind of embarrassing, you know? You two were right there to see my hidden feelings and all.
Don't sweat it.
The same thing happened to Yosuke, right? So, what was it like?
Huh? How should I put this?
D-Max betrayed you? I came home at 4:10 and you weren't there. Yeah. Are you streaming later, Yoda? I think you might be streaming later. Also, thank you for the biddies, Kraken. I'm sorry you have to sit here and watch my stream instead of Yoda's.
Oh, I nearly forgot. None of that happened when yours awakened, huh?
Persona 1, they were stuck in a girl's dream without knowing. Persona 2 had Hitler? What? Persona 3 had the end of the world and dealing with depression. With this one, they were more light-hearted. This is light-hearted?
Could that be because
Potato
it's
fam
about
for
the
life?
log?
Okay, perfect. As long as you're happy to be here.
Oh, so nothing happened?
Oh, you were gonna, but you have things. Oh yeah, Yoda, did you tell me why you're not streaming for the rest of the week?
I gotta agree that you seem like a pretty open guy. There's a funny air about you.
Fuck.
I don't know. I guess that's what draws people to you or something like that.
Tell me why. I wanna know. Why no stream? Oh, wedding. What is puzzle time? Y'all gotta build a puzzle. I want to watch those other things that Yoda linked. Ain't nothing but this one. Thank you for the hearts, Mao. Ah, Sangeet, Arathi prayers, and then the wedding. Damn! It's his wedding? You getting married without us, Yoda?
Starting today, you're moving in with your uncle and cousin in Inaba, where you'll be living for the next year. But first, would you like to see a totally unrelated 15-year-old girl in a bikini?
Oh my god, I'm so totally fat!
Oh, yeah. Wait, what? Oh, right. Moving in with your uncle or whatever.
Hey, I'm Ryotaro Dojima, and this is Nanako.
It's nice to meet you.
Hey, no need to be so formal. I've seen you naked. Well, let's head home.
Hey, I'm a totally unimportant gas station attendant. Can I touch your hand?
Hey, are you okay? You don't look so good.
Yeah, seriously. Could it be that creepy gas station attendant who touched you for no reason? Nope, you're just tired. Now stop thinking about things.
So let me tell you about this one time I changed your diaper. What?
Dojima-san, sir! They're selling those cute little ice cream things you like for half off at Junes.
I'm on the case. Daddy's got some criminals to apprehend. Plot, 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 plot.
Ooga booga! Hey, guess what? It's time for school! You wonder what fun, exciting adventures await for you at your new high school.
Everyone in this room is a whore! Now take your chastity belt and sit down!
Got killed. Now go home. Hey, transfer student. I'm Chie Satonaka, and I'm uncomfortable.
Hey, Chie, I just want to try
the dragon!
Oh, motherfucker!
Okay, let's go to Junes.
Hi, Yuki. Do you want to be my lover?
No.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Sheesh, what a total creep. Good thing we'll never see him ever again. Now let's talk about stuff you don't care about. See? They took it down. Oh man, but I love dead bodies.
Mom, I'm hungry.
I wonder what happened.
Let's find out.
This is a crime scene.
Oh.
And as you can see, we're hard at work here.
Ew, dead bodies! Ew, ew, ew!
So yeah, you kids should get home.
You decided to head straight home.
Found dead on a TV antenna, and that's why you're eating alone tonight. Other news, Junes commercial!
When Dad's busy at work, I sing the Jeanette song over and over again to make myself feel less alone. Every day's great.
The next day, you helped some loser rolling around in a trash can.
Hey, I'm Yosuke Hanamura. I'll do some stuff after school.
Then school happened.
Hey, let's go get some grilled steak.
This was made so well.
No worries, I'll treat you for...
The dragon! Hey, Yukiko, let's go get some free steak. Chie, I'm gonna get so fat. Oh, okay.
Yosuke brought you to the Junes food court.
My dad was assigned to manage this location, so my whole family moved out to Inaba about a year ago.
Yeah, whatever.
Why am I so miserable?
Hey, it's Saki Senpai. Hey!
Hey, Hana-chan! Driving all the family and stores out of business by bringing your stupid friends here?
What?
Wait, what? I don't even know. I'm so tired.
Hey, Senpai, you look pretty beat. You know, if there's anything bothering you, you can talk to me. Because I Senpai!
Oh, is that the transfer student? Hey, Hana-chan's kind of a loser, and you should get better friends.
Senpai, you're such a kidder.
Don't touch me. Okay, bye. Hey guys, if you look into a TV when it's reading at midnight, you'll see magical people inside.
You and Yosuke both agreed that it was incredibly stupid, and then decided to try it out later tonight.
Now it's the Evening News Murder Corner. Tonight, we have a very professional interview with the girl who found the body. A dead body, ladies and gentlemen. Wowzers. So, was it awesome, or was it awesome?
What?
Hey, Juness is pretty cool.
Yay! Hey, Dad, let's all go to gymnastics together.
Dachi, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
Stop putting shaved chocolate in my...
Hey, maybe you should try that thing Chie was talking about. Stick your hand in the TV! Do it!
Hey, did you see anything last night?
Sure did, it was awesome.
You tried to tell them about how your TV almost ate you last night.
Hey, Chie, let's go to Juness and find a TV this loser can jump into.
I know, right?
Yosuke expresses his surprise in the most eloquent way possible.
I have to pee! Oh, damn it.
You briefly wondered why the voice acting is so hard to hear during animated cutscenes. We should get out.
You're right. I have to pee. Hey, a creepy red vortex.
Awesome. Let's go.
I have to pee.
Whoa, what a weird room.
You guys, I have to pee so bad. I'm gonna pee right here. Okay, never mind.
Hey, there's a noose.
Spooky. Your thoughts, Yosuke?
Nooses are bad.
Super.
Mascot character? Hey, I'm gonna let you guys out of here.
Ah, we're trapped!
I just said I'm gonna.
Okay, we're gonna watch part 2 because Yoda also sent me that one. 10 out of 10. Yoda, whenever you see me pass a certain point, did they like make the whole game in these videos? Because I'll watch them every time.
Named Saki Konishi went missing. All this work is such a pain. It's like the people expect the police.
Part 3 is spoilers? Yeah, no worries. I'll only watch it once I've passed that.
Saki Senpai really isn't at school today.
That's because he's dead.
It's almost like that crazy TV world we fell into has something to do with the murders.
Nah.
I can't just walk away.
Nah.
I need to know why Senpai had to die like this.
Yosuke.
So can we go back into the TV again? Please, please, please?
Sure.
Yeah! This is gonna be awesome!
At Juness.
Okay, you guys, it's dangerous. So we
The
need
rest
to
isn't
be
animated yet? No!
Club. And Chie doesn't get to come.
Huh? But...
Shut up and hold this rope. Yay! TV World!
Hey, it's you guys again. Now I get it. You must be the ones throwing people in.
Shut up and take off that suit!
We must join forces. Here, take these.
Glasses? Why?
So you can look cool during battles.
Hey, it's Senpai's parents' store. I bet this place has something to do with how she...
The OG drawings?
What? Wait, what is this?
Persona. This guy has got a crotch cup. I don't know what they're called. Those things that sports ball players wear to protect their junk.
So just guess until you get it right. Press L1 to get a helpful analysis. I hope you're very prepared for for this unbearable bear of a battle. Wowie, Sensei! That was amazing! Don't you think so? What's your face?
Dude, why can't I be Sensei?
Because you're comic relief.
Is that Senpai's dad? I don't get it. Senpai always seemed like she was having fun at work. You're telling me that she really didn't like working at the store that was running her parents out of business?
Hey, Hana-chan!
Yes, my sweet! Go kill yourself! What? But we were gonna get married and have a million beautiful children together! Whatever, man. She wasn't even that hot.
Yosuke's?
More like one Yosuke and one awesome Yosuke. Living in the country is pretty boring. No, you're not me! I would never say anything like that ever! Whoa! Nap time! Sounds like someone just ordered a stupid-looking boss!
Thank you for the head pats, Peace Squiddy. How are you? Can they remake the game but with this animation instead?
Okay, fine. I guess I do kind of hate everything.
He has obtained the facade used to overcome life's hardships. The persona of Disco Ninja Frog!
Yep.
Hey, maybe now we can save people who fall in here before they die.
Yeah! You know, since you guys came in, I've been thinking about where I come from.
Yeah, whatever. See you later.
Huh?
Hey, we're back. Oh, crap. I forgot about you.
You guys are jerks!
Huh. I guess we should apologize. Later. I'm going to bed.
Oh! I'm wearing a kimono because I'm filling in for my mom at the Anwi run.
Yukiko Maki is wearing a kimono because she's filling in for her mom at the Inlay run.
You should watch the Midnight Channel. There's a high school girl in a kimono on the screen. But you can't think of anyone who fits that description, so you decided to go to bed.
I hate when games do that. When you're like, no, I obviously know the answer. And they're like, no, actually, you don't know who that was. You have no idea. You couldn't even begin to imagine who that high school girl in a kimono could have been. Also, this guy's nose, his winky nose is long. Persona. Social links.
Excited about finding the murderer. Let's be friends.
Yay!
Became friends with Yosuke. Yosuke will now die for you.
Yukiko's missing! Yukiko's missing! Yukiko's missing! Yukiko's missing! Yukiko's missing! Yukiko! Oh, is this Yukiko? Yay!
Two bodies hanging from telephone poles. And we don't even know if this is a homicide case yet.
Sir, I think we can probably assume it's
Shut up, Adachi. We've got no clues about the perp. We don't even have a sus because the sec with a mo's got a perf L.
Sir, what are you even—
Shut up, Adachi!
So what do we know about the case so far?
The perp is probably in Inaba. Let's get drunk.
Huh?
Oh man, Giant Juicy Kickballs was the narrator. Okay, okay. So there is a part 3, but we're not allowed to watch it. Because Yoda says it's spoilers. Let's go back to this game we're playing.
Yep, it's a compliment.
If you say so.
Anyways, what's most important right now is to rescue Yukiko. I'm dead set on coming. Remember, you promised.
Crap, I still haven't gone to the bathroom.
What? Since when? When last did this boy pee?
Hey, thanks for saving me. Yosuke's cool and all, but there really is something different about you. I feel like you won't let me down.
Yes, cat? A faint bond forming. Social bonds. Ooh. Chariot. Okay. I don't want her getting any funny ideas. No one likes her.
From now on, huh? We have to be careful of the fog that sets in after the rain, right? Let's save her before that happens.
Be careful, maxing social links to the girls could lead to romancing them. What? No thank you. Oh, the bathroom break. After a prolonged period of rain, it may become foggy in town if you don't rescue someone who's disappeared. Before the day it fogs over, the game will end. Keep an eye on the weather report while improving your personas and equipment to be prepared for a rescue attempt. What? I don't like that.
Kraken21 screamed potato is life.
Yes, potato is life. Imagine life without potato. Would be pretty boring, I think. Mr. Kondo. No one at the school teaches English. I'll be doubling up my roles. Okay, Mr. Kondo. Don't be so disappointed. In fact, I've spent some time overseas. 1 week of vacation time to be exact. But that's more than enough to teach a class. Oh my god. We'll start with the basics. The basics of the basics. The English alphabet. How old are these kids? It starts with the letter A, then B, then C, and then 23 more. Maybe that was a little too basic. Oh my god, this guy's an idiot. Kraken. That's Jargon's jams, yo. I'll give you an alphabet-related pop quiz then. Let's see. Potato, that's me. The word alphabet comes from the words alpha and what other one? What? His maths is so bad. I'm confused. Is this a trick question? Bet. Is it not bet? Is it beta? I hate that it says you gave the answer that you think is correct. Like, no shit. Is that where alphabet comes from? Why don't we call it that then? Oh. Hey yo. How do you check other people's answers? How do you peek over at your friend's answers? Be like, what did they say? Can I just copy my friend's answer quick? Don't mind me. Oh, is it only a number 5 that you can cheat? You can't cheat in this one? That's bullshit. Enter the TV before the fog sets in. From the food court. Purchase equipment. Okay. Oh my god! Enjoy, Kraken! Take care. This isn't where I parked my car. Oh no, emulator. Did you lose your car? You use Google for this one? Ah, I see. See, wait, but this one says here, you can connect to the network to see what other players have done on the same day and time within the game. Press the voice button. The 5 most popular actions. G moved it, but it's a happy trick though. Left me in a nice spot. Ow. Oh, I see, I see. You can cheat off more, but only if you change it a little. Your choices might become a guide for other players. Ah. Okay, this is not helpful. But cool. Hey Rusty! Hope you're doing well. A murder? Can't think of a safer place to be right now. Okay, why don't you do that too? Okay. Don't tell me how to live my life. Felix Warrior! PSI, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to the posse. For some reason, my alerts are not working at the moment, but thank you. Marie is a social link. Who the fuck is Marie? King Moron. The fuck?
Yo! Yep.
Go to the Velvet Room. Oh, wait, it's that other girl. The cranky one. The music in this game is like so drama. What is this thing? How do I... The school is so long, what the fuck? I want to get out of here. So, your materials to create new weapons and armor. Materials are useless. No reason not to sell them. I have some money. Oh, I have to buy things for her as well. No ways. She can buy her own shit. Can you only have... Can you only have one? Strength or endurance? I have no idea what I'll need. Oh, I need to sneeze. Zoe. I get goosebumps when I sneeze. Thank you. Why are you laughing? Did she also sneeze? Oh man. Why is her weapon shoes? Pardon. I really want to buy her those shoes, but... She's somehow already got chainmail on. I don't know why. I think he'll need the endurance, to be honest, because he's weak as shit. And then he can have the headband to make him stronger. What does she currently got on? I have no idea how to check, but anyway. And Yosuke. Yeah, let's get him the chainmail. I hate that sound. It really sounds like an upset stomach. I don't think I had anything else to sell. Let me go have a look quick. Oh, I did have some things to sell. It won't give me much though, but it's better than a kick in the teeth, right? What? Oh! Did you make a clip of my sneeze? Oh, I need to sneeze. Oh wait, you guys can't see it. Because I'm blocking it. Oh, I need to sneeze. Zoe. Oh, I need to sneeze. Zoe. Oh, I need to sneeze. It was an itty bitty sneeze. That was super cute. Oh my god. That was very cute. Because her little head did the bob as well. Okay, I think I might need to skedoodle now because I just saw the time. Unfortunately, I need to be off, but I did get to stream a little bit longer than I was expecting today, so that was a nice surprise. Okay, the music is gonna stop, so I'm just gonna put the Zelda musics back on. I have really shitty load shedding tonight. No skedoodling? No, I gotta skedoodle. I gotta skedoodle. The time. I gotta go. I got to go. Got lots of time? No, got no time. There is no time. There is no time, like the present, to be going. Yeah? Ciao. Let's see, where can I drop you guys off? Only streamed 2.5 hours? Oh, shame on me. It's like yesterday all over again. Why did you name yourself the forbidden name? Oh, because I was being a little shit when I did it. Nato is my surname. Tato is my name. Mm-hmm. Okay, guys, where are we gonna go? Where are we gonna go? Who are we going to drop by and say hi? Hello. I wonder who has raided me recently. Is there anybody live that I can go revengey? You know how I be. You know how I be. Gotta get my revenge on some of the peepos. The forbidden name, yeah. It is forbidden. It is forbidden. It is not permitted here. Sadistic Muffin! Actually, she raided me. I think not too long ago, but I don't think I've been able to raid her back. So let's get on over there. So she's actually playing Sons of the Forest, which her son was asking me about earlier, and I was like, is he trying to get me to play that? Like, I don't know what his plan was, but you know. I might play it because it's a horror game. No, because it's a survival game. I don't like horror games, but it's a survival game. I don't mind those. Those are fine, right? Should be okay. But, shut up, Dan. Yeah. I mean, I scream in Valheim, and that's not even a scary game, so, like, what difference is it gonna make, you know? Surviving from horror counts? Yeah, exactly. I can't win. I can't win either way, so, you know, it's fine. Anyway, thank you, peepos. Of course, Kat. Thank you for doing some Winky research for us. I very much appreciate it. Thank you to everyone for being here today, for making this a lot of fun. Japanese studies today was a bit hectic, but yeah, I had good times playing Persona. Take care, everyone. I will see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully load shedding's not too poo-poo caca, but I'll have to let you know. Pro Winky researcher. Yeah. Professional Winky, head of Winky departments in research. Winky research. I can't word. Anyway. Please take care, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. I want to say be good, but I know you guys are not going to be good, so... Wink wonk? Yeah, wink wonk. Wink wonk, be good, yeah? Don't forget the raid message, because I know I almost forgot it. Alright, I'll see you guys. Bye, bye, bye! Oh no! Oh no! Bye, bye!